The following story will likely not end happily. The following acts you will witness are those of desperate people in desperate times. But oh, how the desperate do dream. Welcome to the dark future.
This is Anders Green for N54 Combat Zone, the show where we examine those ruthless parts of our city and world. Last week, gang violence near the NCU campus got to levels we haven't seen in several years, causing a full-blown lockdown on the campus. NCPD has traced the roots of the violence back to several abandoned warehouses in the northern areas of South Night City that border the University District. These warehouses have more recently served as hubs and hideouts for booster gangs, such as Maelstrom, Red Chrome Legion, and the Voodoo Boys. With the support of Militech and MaxTech, NCPD was able to successfully demolish the buildings, securing new safety for the students of NCU and the surrounding populace. Thank God for girls and boys in blue, right? We have quite the show for you today. After the break, we'll be talking with Hanako Arasaka regarding the current social struggles in Shiba 7, what Arasaka is doing to support a post-war Japan. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Billy Sanchez here with N54 Market Watch. This week, Choo-Choo prices are through the roof. Suppliers indicate that production is slowed to a halt, but initial reports from producers blame nomad blockades. Regardless of who's right, I hope everyone can afford their rent at the end of the month with these ballooning prices. My recommendations for biofuels and energy this week is buy. Till next time, Night City.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Neon Inferno is here. It is Monday. The crew is assembled. We're on to episode 3. We ended episode 2 on a bit of a downer. Those of you who didn't stick around the live stream at the end of last time, or if you're watching this later on YouTube, if you weren't there, you should have been, but you weren't, so we missed you. We had a little conversation about what happened in the last session. We did discuss it a bit, and I feel like by the end of it we had good feelings, but those of you who maybe are watching this recorded who didn't stick around that long, you might be feeling that little bit of a cliffhanger after our good dear rocker boy friend Estrogen Light Rail died a horrible death at the end of the barrel of 2 Arasaka drones that had been fabricated by a crazed cyberpsychotic netrunner. So it only then makes sense that we first, for those of you at home, wrap up some of that trauma here. So what I will say is, first of all, let me get the main monitor up here so that all of you can see my lovely friends. And there they are, and we should have Maya in here shortly. So, as I'm sure she will attest, as the person who runs our after-action reports, losing her character was a bit of a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a writer's block in the last week here. But
yeah, a little bit.
Maya, just to start with you here for everyone, how are you feeling this week? As we start into
I'm feeling great. No, I'm so excited.
Very cool. No, I'm glad to hear it. So why don't you give us a little bit of a recap of what we did last session, so that way we can start there and then we can kind of move forward into what we're doing this week.
Yeah. So the short recap, little synopsis that I've got written down here is after recovering from the train heist, the crew gets called back to the Inferno for another gig. Blood, chrome, voodoo, and edge tech. This dive into the city's past has lethal consequences. Essentially, what happened is we were tasked. We were given a gig by Royal to dive into what we knew was an Arasaka edge tech auto manufactory in South Night City, just on the other side of the border from University District. We were getting paid to infiltrate into the installation, grab some schematics that were in the auto manufactory, and get out. When we got there, we heard what we now know were Maelstrom talking about the Bright God, which none of us really, well, most of us didn't know what or who that was at the beginning. We eventually moved in. We snuck past some people outside, went down to a basement. There was blood and Vive from the Voodoo Boys all over the inside of this warehouse. And we went down into an old subway tunnel, flatlined 3 Maelstrom gangers, and then we found our way into the Arasaka auto manufactory, where there was Shaman of the Bright God, I believe it was called.
Shaman, yeah.
Yeah, Shaman of the Bright God, and just a bright red room with pulsing red light leaking under the frame, and drones coming out from underneath the floor. They would get automatically manufactured. And throughout that, we were fought through that. Red Eye and Ghost were dealing with a Kraken, which is huge black ice. Hyde and Pixel were trying to chase down the Netrunner, and Hyde almost blew his own goddamn arm off. And then Estrogen Light Rail got shot 7 times and fucking bled out and died on the floor.
Yep. That sounds pretty much like a pretty succinct. The good news is the Shaman got a pipe shoved in through his face, courtesy of Hyde. So,
very true.
Oh yeah, yep. So that dude is no longer going to haunt the streets of the city. Very dead. And the schematics that they came to retrieve were retrieved. So we will get into that shortly. But before that, let me get the vibes going here, because those are important. And I feel bad that I did not have them going earlier. All right, cool. So let me just take this down just a little bit. All right. So here is where we start the week. You all take a couple days, you lick your wounds, get back on your feet for those of you who did survive the last session. So you all take enough days. Did the music shouldn't have stopped playing. Yeah, there we go. It skipped. That's all that was. Thanks, Walrus Man. I appreciate that. But so you all take a couple days, you lick your wounds. Just so that I can, because I didn't pre-check this on any of you. I know, Hyde, you need about, what is that? A little over 3 days to really recover.
Yeah, whatever I need, I'll take.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. How low on health is everyone who did survive last week?
You're going to rub it in, aren't you?
I am sitting at 13 out of 30, but I'm pretty sure when I stopped in at the dock with HUD, I got a shot of speed heal as well. I haven't applied that yet.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you get your body and will back before you actually started like mending. So that is all good. So yeah, so you would all take the couple days it takes to heal, spend probably a decent chunk of the week after the gig is done to get your feet back under you, get your wounds closed up, really let all that medicine sink in. And it's right about the end of the week that Royal doesn't leave a voice message like you normally would, but rather sends you all a text message to your agents letting you know, hey, I threw a little thing together for Estrogen Light Rail. It's going to be at Short Circuit. It's a club that she used to work at and sell her BDs at. Figured it was the most appropriate place. I've got a VIP booth rented out for tomorrow. You all show up when you can, and we will see you all come in there when you're able to. So unless there would be any kind of downtime that you guys would want to take advantage of prior to doing this, because I do promise you'll have other downtime after. We can go right into that if you would all be so inclined to do that.
Yeah.
I've talked with you before the session about what Red Eye is going to be doing during his downtime. So just going all the way up until that time, he's just going to be working on that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So what happens here is as you all arrive via whatever modes you take, public transit, taxi, what have you, you all arrive at Short Circuit, and Short Circuit is a very lively place. It is full of techs, net runners. It's got a full-featured V-arcade that, keeps the children of the university district in Little Europe plenty busy so their parents can do other things. Many of them, if they're nomads or edge runners like yourselves, would find their way into the hot zone to salvage their gear, salvage tech, and bring it back here to be cleaned up. So as you all arrive for a funeral of a sort or a ceremony of remembrance of any kind, the atmosphere doesn't quite feel right. It does not feel nearly as somber as you might want it to or expect it to. But as you push past the crowded front area of the bar and the, push past the hallways leading down toward the arcade, you do find your way back to a quieter corner of the bar, where there are a series of sound insulated rooms. And you can see the imposing figure of Arnold waiting outside the one that Royal has rented for you all to remember Estrogen Light Rail in. And so as you all kind of walk in to this room, it's not terribly large, but sitting in the place of honor front and center in this room is a hermetically sealed, barcode labeled steel can that simply says Estrogen Light Rail on the side. It's been laser etched in, printed on the tag, and essentially everyone just kind of files in, and you could see not only Royal and Sparks and some of the rest of his group that you've grown used to seeing at the Inferno, but also you see a woman over in the corner, weeping very quietly to herself, as she just kind of stares at this can. And Maya, I will absolutely let you kind of describe what her appearance is here as the rest of the crew kind of is filing into the room.
Yeah, so the first thing you would notice is that she's got black hair, I suppose. It's big black hair. It's fairly long, down past her shoulders. She has one cyber arm, which has got tons of little gadgets on the end. So just lots of little things to do, lots of little stuff. But probably for those of you who are fashion inclined, the first thing you would notice is that while she's wearing tech wear, it is out of style by just about a month. So it's just not the newest stuff, and it would almost look as if the person who is giving her fashion tips isn't able to do so anymore.
Yeah. So, as you all walk into the room, Royal suddenly stands up and walks to the front, and he simply says, I've done a lot of things wrong in my life that would disqualify me in any way, shape, or form for officiating any kind of ceremony of remembrance. And he glances up at all of you, and especially at the woman in the corner, and says, but know that this isn't how I wanted this to go. This is not how I wanted her life to end. And I am deeply sorry for everything. And he just sits back down, just quietly, kind of lowered, his head kind of lowered, and just kind of like leaves the floor open if anyone else does want to say anything in remembrance of the runner that was Estrogen Light Rail.
I just kind of sit with my elbows on my knees and my hands under my chin. I'm just sitting quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Red Eye's probably gonna do the same. Just sit quietly. Probably he's gonna unclip the teddy that he brought and just set it on the table in front of him. He's just gonna be like sitting there staring at it.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, I mean, Hyde's gonna take the shades off and look at Royal and sort of realize, man, he realized he messed up by not getting that info for us straight and figuring out stuff beforehand and just shoving us all in there. But I'll give a look around the room and I say, nobody deserves to go out like this, so let's make this a day to remember. Let's remember our teammate, our friend, and let's send her off the right way.
And Royal just responds to that. Royal responds to that real quick by just saying, yeah, thanks for those words, Hyde. And yeah, Pixel, what were you gonna say?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So she was gonna stand up and just say, it's such a sad day. Like, the world is just that much less hot now. And then sit back down.
And Maya, since you now take control over, the person in the corner here, is there anything that she would say?
I don't think so. She's not a very social person, and she's probably just racked with sobs, just crying.
Yep. It's fair. So, as silence kind of kicks in, you see a couple of the people that came with Royal's group essentially just kind of like leave like a synthetic flower before like the little tin can there. But it's like a very sparsely populated remembrance here. Although you do see a few other people that you don't recognize. Several of them kind of weeping, that you may have maybe briefly seen as you walked in through the bar, dressed not in the typical funeral-like business suits and tuxedos, but rather the grubby tech kind of work clothes that they would have probably worn out into the field to collect things. And one or two of them pass by and like tap the woman in the corner on the shoulder. One of them saying, "Electo, I'm really fucking sorry."
Yep, she would just be quiet.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so as the stream of people from the bar kind of ceases, Royal looks over at you, at Electo, and says, "I figure it's only right you take what remains of her."
And she would
yeah,
grab the can and probably just say she should still be alive and sit back down.
Yeah, and Royal says, "I can't agree with you more, and I'm just so sorry that's not the truth." And he stands up And he says, "You all take as long as you need. I'm gonna get going." And he just kind of like uncharacteristically, awkwardly, just kind of like saunters out of the room with the rest of his entourage, essentially, and then kind of makes his way out of the club. So you all can spend as long as you want here, talking amongst yourselves, but unless there's anything further that anyone would like to say, I can also just take us forward into the next part of things here.
So after I would grab the can, I would also go up and grab her teddy bear. That was because I believe that was placed out, right?
Yeah, Red Eye just kind of set it down, but it's more like he's like holding on to it, just staring at it with it sitting in front of him on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She'd probably just walk up and take it because she would recognize it, and is like, "No, that's for me, actually." You wouldn't say that.
He doesn't immediately.
I should clarify. She shouldn't say that, but she just goes up and grabs it.
He doesn't like immediately let go. His grip kind of tightens on it for a sec.
Who was she to you?
My girlfriend.
He just kind of nods and then lets it go.
Did you happen to grab her gun?
No, I didn't.
I stand up and said, "That would have been me." And I hand over the,
I can't remember the exact name of it.
The Tamayura, yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I think this was for Tamayura. So,
Yep.
I will
You dropped the
exchange.
exact one into me.
Yeah, I'll exchange the weapon between sheets here in the background while you guys continue to talk.
And she would grab it from your hands, and she wouldn't say anything, but you could see the thankfulness in her eyes, in between the tears.
I just nod and sit back down. Sad day.
Yeah.
So I'll just sort of notice the fucking silence that's going on and be like, you know what? No, this isn't how this is going to go down tonight. You know, you all wait right here. So Hyde will stand up. He's going to go out to the bar near the entrance to Short Circuit, and he's going to get around to Smash for as many people as are waiting in the booth still.
Yeah. No,
Hell
at this point, it's pretty much just your crew. And the bartender even says, "Don't worry about the tab, boss. Your fixer hooked you up. You take what you need and you're good. It's on him."
Cool. So I'll just bring the tray back, set it down, and there'll be one extra on there just for light rail. And I'll leave that up to whoever wants to take that one.
Yep. So the table is set with Smash that you all can then drink if you feel so inclined.
Cheers.
Yep. And yeah, so you all crack the cans, do the usual Smash thing, which for those of you who are unaware, Smash is kind of like the synth beer of the future, but it's got a special little neat device on it, a razor blade cut into the can top so you can, sink a little bit of that extra alcohol into your bloodstream. So the one thing that I will have people do real quick here, and I'm just going to pull up one thing. Where is... Yeah. So, you all... Is everyone drinking the Smash, just so I'm clear on that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll down mine.
Uh-huh. Pixel, you also doing that?
Yeah.
Cool. Everyone then please roll me resist drugs torture check. Por favor.
Poor flavor.
And I will clear this so that everyone can kind of read. All right, so we've got 13, 9. Ooh, good. Okay.
Used in that skill too.
and hide.
I cannot find it. Where is it?
Oh, and I forgot. You should be higher than
There
this
it is.
because you would have recovered by now. So
It is
that-
under body skills.
Yep.
Thank you. Oof.
So, not surprisingly, you all get a little into the smash here. And you all now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, all of you, are now addicted to smash. Congratulations.
Hot.
So you're all a bunch of alcoholics of the dark future. So while you are addicted to smash, let me see if I can add an addiction here. Would that be something I can add? It is not, but that would be very nice if they made it that way. Unless, can I hold on? Let me see if I can do this real quick, because this was something that I did not realize was not in the game. Basically, we're going to take a -2 on the following skills: dance, contortionist, conversation, human perception, persuasion, and acting, until you get treatment for your smash addictions. Congratulations.
So just all the face skills. Okay.
Yeah, just the ones that really affect you in particular, Pixel.
Tweaking it a little bit here, Charlie.
It's not my fault you crit failed the check.
No, it is not your fault. Somebody tweets in that too. I was like, really?
Drunk bastard mode activated, says Walrus Man. Yep, pretty much.
It's fine. It's for light rail, man. My plan was to flavor text it that he smashed down the smash.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the plan to get hammered.
I'm pretty sure this is not the first addiction that Pixel's had, so we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so now that we've got that out of the way, we do now go from there to your various residences throughout the city, as you spend the next 2 weeks waiting for a call from Royal. So during that time, I would like to know what everyone is doing with that 2-week span of free time.
First things first, while I'm thinking of everything else so we can just get it out of the way, I'm thinking the morning after my guy's going to be hungover, so he's probably going to hit the local Ripper and see if he's got anything to just kind of clean him up afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, so Rippers usually, let me...
I figure he'd be the local one with an inventory of, like, med chems or anything that may be helpful to me.
Yeah, so they do, I believe, have something called Rapid Detox. Yeah, so basically, he'd dose you up with, like, some Rapid Detox, try to flush it out of your system so that you're feeling a little bit better. He does charge you 50 eddies for the convenience, as you might expect. But definitely, yeah, sets you up with something to kind of flush the ick from your system.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep. So that being said, we now go to the rest of... So that's going to be just a few short minutes. Obviously, it's not enough to interfere with you using the rest of that spare time however you'd like to. So
Yeah, I just want to get it out of the way.
yeah, so for everyone else, what are we doing with our spare time here?
So I am flat broke.
Yep.
So can I, how long does a hustle take?
A week. So you can hustle
Week?
twice if you'd like. Yep. There's also a
want to
thing
do-
that techs can take more advantage of than other roles, which is salvage, which is the thing that you and I have kind of discussed in the past, where basically you could go into the abandoned parts of the city, into like the hot zone or something, and bring back out salvaged tech that you can then repair. So there is that as well, that you might be particularly interested as a tech for that downtime activity.
What I specifically want to do is I want to roll to upgrade the Tamayura from an average quality heavy pistol to an excellent quality heavy pistol, but I have to purchase the materials, so I need money to do that first.
Yeah, for sure. So do you want to then hustle? Is that what I'm getting from that?
Yeah, because I would get tech out of scavenging, not eddies, right?
Not immediately you wouldn't get the eddies, but you could definitely sell, once you repair it, you could sell what you find. So that is one method. But yeah, no, if you want to hustle.
That's fair. How
we can hustle.
many eddies will it cost me to upgrade the pistol? I'm not entirely sure how it works.
Yeah, so let me pull the roll ability for that up here so that way I can tell you. Because I believe it's half whatever price category you're trying to upgrade to. So yeah, to upgrade, if you're upgrading to something that is expensive, which is what a very heavy pistol at excellent quality would cost, you are going to be rolling against a DV21 that does not include your field expertise, and spend a week doing so. And to upgrade, you need, let's see. So the DV you roll against, time it takes. Oh, so it's the same price category of the item being upgraded. So basically you need 100 eddies worth of materials, because that's the item you're upgrading is a 100 eddy gun, essentially. So you need 100 eddies worth of material to upgrade that, and then you need to roll against the DV and spend a week attempting to upgrade the gun after you've acquired them.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a hustle then for the first week to try and see if I can get some money out of it. What page is that?
So I'm gonna refer to that right now. It's gonna be under the New Street Economy chapter, under making a living in a cyberpunk world. The tech one specifically is on 383. So roll me a raw d6 and then we can see what you earn for the week.
Raw d6. Okay. How do I roll? Just a die?
So if you go to the little chat log there and then type in /roll space d6, it'll roll 1d6.
Okay, cool.
Yep. 4. All right. So you did some modifications or repairs to some cyber tech. That'll earn you 100 eddies.
Neat. So then
Yep.
I'll do hustle, and I'll add 100 eddies here.
Yep. So you probably worked for some crew in the in Short Circuit, helped them fix up some of the stuff they found while they were salvaging the hot zone, and they would have paid you 100 eddies for the assistance, essentially.
Hell yeah. Okay. And so now I have to roll to try and upgrade.
Yep. So
pistol.
you're going to be rolling weapons tech, and trying
Weapons
to beat
tech
a
upgrade expertise.
and trying to
right?
beat a. Let me make sure that it's not the. Make sure I understood this correctly, but so you roll tech plus the tech skill that the item is typically repaired with, plus your rank in the specialty, plus a d10, and the DV you roll against is based on the price category of the item you're upgrading. Okay, so in other words, for you then this would actually be a DV17 you're trying to beat, because it's a premium item you're upgrading. It's not the where it ends up, it's where it starts that you're basing it on.
Okay, so DV17.
DV17 weapons tech. And well, yeah, it's gonna be weapons tech plus your roll. But yeah, there you go. Perfect. All right, awesome. So yeah, you take these the eddies almost as soon as they're in your hand. You take them to some other table in Short Circuit and say, okay guys, I'm looking for some old Arasaka weapon parts. Give me some stuff. See, what do you got? You're just flashing the money where you can, and before long you have everything you need. The eddies leave your pocket just as quick as they entered, and you've got all the components necessary to upgrade the mechanics of this gun to make it fire at excellent quality, which you then spend the next week installing and replacing the necessary components to make that work. And by the end of the week, you take it out back into the local gun range, take a couple test shots with it using the range's ammo, and find it's firing beautifully, absolutely beautifully. So at this point, let me go onto your character here, and I should be able to just upgrade that to excellent quality for you. Let's see, price category. Let me see, because usually, oh, here we go, attack modifier. So we're going to increase that by 1. And yep. So now, yeah, that's a +2 gun. Perfect. You are set up.
Hell yeah.
Yep. So you now have a Tamayura that is very, very powerful. So that's what Electo does for her week. What are we doing with the rest of the crew here?
So for Red Eye, he's probably just going to just dive and just like no life his way through doing what we talked about earlier, just updating his his model on the net and getting his handle set up for getting the handle he wants to use on the darknet set up so that he can start fishing around for anything at all having to do with Bright God.
Yeah, so he's going to just be starting to do some heavy research. So does he then spend the next 2 weeks literally just beyond just the setup digging into research on the Bright God?
Well, beyond the setup, I would also like to, at some point during this downtime, see if Red Eye could get in contact with Royal to try and chat with him about seeing if there can be like an exchange of any info that comes up relating to a Bright God.
Gotcha. So basically you want to contact Royal and let him know, hey, if you hear something, let me know.
Yeah, and in exchange, if I hear something, I will let him know. And just give him a warning that Bright God is in fact a rogue AI that is not just targeting me, but will also likely target anyone related to me that they can use as a direct link to me.
Gotcha. So you reach out to Royal and you let him know and kind of give him that heads up like, hey, by the way, guys, or by the way, Royal, like this is, a thing that could actually affect you. And you hear Royal's usual anonymized voice on the agent come through.
Thanks for the heads up, Chim. I really appreciate it. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Let you know if my contacts hear anything. But I'll be in touch.
I'll keep in touch with you as well.
Yep, and with that, the line disconnects. So you will spend like 1 week, we'll say, just kind of setting things up, putting out feelers on the dark net, talking to Royal about it, getting his people involved, et cetera, et cetera. With that second week of time, is there anything that you would like to do in particular?
Honestly, probably just dive into like maybe some therapy, rehab, whatever I have to do to basically kick this new addiction that I've found.
Yeah, so that is therapy.
All right.
So the therapy for that, therapy and you. It's a wonderful chapter of the book. So for addiction, it costs you 1,000 eddies. And yeah, they just basically do everything they need to treat the addiction out of you, and purge you of that horrible, horrible smash addiction that you've accrued.
All right.
So with that, that'll bring you to the end of your second week. So we've got Electo, we've got Red Eye. Let's check in on Pixel. Pixel, what are you doing with these 2 weeks of spare time that you've got?
So first of all, she was at 37 out of 40, so I don't need to take a whole week to heal, right?
No. Well, give me 2 seconds. One of my cats just did a dumb thing.
I think I heard that.
Yeah, me too.
So anyway, yeah, sorry. Getting back to the game now that my cat has interrupted my train of thought. So Pixel, you were going to do what with your spare time
So
here?
I was just asking, making sure, because I was only at 37 out of my 40 hit points. I don't have to take a full week to recover that, right?
So she would have recovered that already before the funeral. That's what I said. There was a couple days
Okay,
even before
that's
the
what I
funeral.
figured.
Yeah,
Okay,
that you guys
sorry.
would have had to lick your wounds. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a minor headache, so if I'm not tracking time, that's why.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so she's like woken up. She recognizes she's addicted to Smash. This is old hat. So she's going to go ahead and call her therapist, longtime therapist, automated helpline, Dr. Bremer, and just like, I'm sure they have an automated addiction system that she's very familiar with.
Yeah, probably with her club rat self being what it is. So yeah, I mean they would basically have an automated, like the office's agents AI would probably get you scheduled in for like something the next day to come in and start your course of therapy for the week or whatever. And then you just pay the 1,000 eddies to whatever little dispenser they have, like a vending machine on the way out, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just like, thank you, come again. And she's like, yeah, I will.
Exactly. Yeah. They even give you that chastising kind of remark, like, and it's basically just an automated message at this point that comes out of the little vending machine. You really should not get into things that cause you to visit our offices this often. And you're just kind of like, yeah, whatever.
No, she says, and like you guys should have a punch card. Like every 10 sessions, get a session free. I've been saying that for years. But you don't do that
either. So you spend your first week getting your therapy for the addiction. So that's not a problem for you. The second week, what would you like to do?
So she would like to do two things. She would like to work on a new song, but she would also like to make a phone call on her burner phone.
Sure. Let's start with the phone call. What's the burner call going to be?
So she is going to call a friend. The death of Estrogen Light Rail has affected her. I mean, as much as she can be affected by other people's problems, it has affected her in the most narcissistic way that it can. So she wants to make a phone call to her friend Spectrum.
Okay. No, absolutely. So
as I previously warned you about earlier this week.
No. It's all good. I've role played this. For those of you who are unaware, Pixel and I, we are friends in real life, and she's been in many of my other campaigns. I have played this character before, so you're about to see me go Valley Girl on this bitch. So I hope you're all ready.
So much fun!
I'm
like I can't
so
even
ready for this. Oh my god!
I just like can't even right now. Oh my god!
Yeah, and so, and you said this is to Blackout. That was the character?
This is the Spectrum. Blackout would be a different kind of Valley Girl.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, because I know both of them.
This is the ballerina who's addicted to synth coke.
Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, so Spectrum. So you hear this when the line on the other end of the phone picks up. You just hear the sounds of loud clubbing in the background. You recognize, by the way, it is 3 p.m. Like, this is not a late hour or even like what would be traditionally seen as like, yeah, we are definitely going to the club right now. It's 8-9 o'clock at night. No, it's 3 in the afternoon.
It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
Pixel not stunned at all.
And I don't think she would be. Yeah. So, and you just hear on the other end of the phone, hello, who is this? And you could tell she's already blasted on something, maybe a combination of some things, but she's full cylinders. Like, you get that vibe automatically.
Okay. I apologize to anyone if this blows out your speakers. Oh my god, like, babe, it's me, it's Pixel!
Oh my god, it's been so long! How have you been, girl?
Oh my god, it has been like such a ride! Like, it's been so good, but also like a little sad. Like, you know?
Yeah, no. I've just, I've been having pretty positive vibes. I'm sorry to hear that's not been your scene lately, girl. What's going on?
Oh my God, like this girl, she was like a really close friend and she like died. Like, not like how one of daddy's, people that own money like might die. Like, it was actually kind of sad and she like actually didn't deserve it. And you would have liked her. She was like so hot, but not hotter than either of us. And like, just,
Yeah, no, like that's really fucking gonk, man. I mean, hold on. I gotta do this line real quick. And you just hear this this loud like sniffing as she does like a line of something in the background. She says,
Pixel is so used to this sound, she like doesn't even say it. She's like, yeah, go for it, go for it.
And so she comes back to the phone and says, okay, well now I'm so sorry it's been rough for you, girl. I'm glad you reached out though.
Well, like, thanks so much. I knew you would understand. Like, it's just been, ever since I left home to go and like see what the real world is like and like get inspiration, it's just been, it's a little rough, I always thought that maybe like people were just exaggerating, but it is like a little hard out here.
Yeah, it can be really fucking hard. I'm really sorry, but there's some very hot people coming in right now, and I really want to make a good impression.
Like, I totally get it. No, girl, you go. We'll talk later, okay? Like,
we will.
And remember, babe, Gina holes out, tits up.
I heard, girl. I'll talk to you later. And she just disconnects the line. And so, yeah. So
that was wonderful.
Thank you. Let it not be said that I'm a bad GM. I can do these things.
I did want to give him a heads up. I'm like, hey, Pixel wants to make a phone call to Spectrum later this week. I hope that's cool. He's like, that's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine. We can do that live. I have no problem making myself look like a fool in front of an audience.
It's one of my favorite hobbies, actually. So good.
It's super fun. No. So you have that conversation with her, and you do find yourself feeling a little bit better after that. And having that familiarity of someone who is definitely more trashed than you are at this point, despite the fact that you're living in a cube hotel, basically. So that said, so she then also wanted to work on music for the remainder of that week. Yep.
Yes. So this is her latest song. It's definitely not a ripoff of Another One Bites the Dust, and she is definitely dedicating it to her good friend Estrogen Light Rail.
Absolutely. So yeah,
I'm sure she would be honored.
So go ahead and roll me the perform instrument check.
Yeah, give me
or play instrument check.
I just need to activate the reading skill. That is
all good. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, you get this put out on the garden patch pretty fast. It doesn't take you a ton of work to get it put together and feeling like good about it. And you don't end up making too much money from this. But you will end up making 150 eddies. So a little better than your last one. Definitely not a crazy amount, but it's something. Better than it would have been if you didn't.
Better than zero.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so you can add 150 eddies to your sheet off of doing that.
Yep.
Next, we'll go with Ghost. So Ghost, during your 2 weeks of downtime, what are you doing?
Next thing on my little checklist is getting my armor jack touched up because it is still dented from the last big fight. So probably find somebody who can do that.
For sure. So let me just see how beat up that jack
Would I
is.
be able to do that?
It is something that, yeah, if you were so inclined, Ghost may bring that up, like, now that he's met you, like, hey, I need a tech to do some work for me. Is that something you could do?
Yeah, so
Yeah?
I shoot her a message over the agent, like, in my search for somebody to touch up the armor jack. Hey, so all those tools on your arm, are they actually for something? Because I got a dent in my armor jack that I would love to have touched up.
And you just get a 2-word message back. Come by.
Yep. So I'd head over there and do that.
Yep. So
Okay,
to repair this, I believe. Let me pull up what this is repaired by real quick. And okay. So yeah, so essentially I think a full repair of the item though takes like, I want to say it's like a day technically to get it fully repaired. So you would just loan her your armor jack for the day, Ghost, if that's cool. And I'll double check the rule on that later so that next time I'll be better prepared for it. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it is only a single point of ablation, but nothing's going on right now, hopefully, so I don't mind. We're still just doing our whole week thing, and I did this at the beginning. I'm doing this at the beginning of downtime, so.
Right. Yeah, so you just lend her that on your way to do whatever else you were going to do that week. So, then, yeah, go ahead, Maya, go ahead, roll me that check for field expertise.
Ooh, okay. And then basic tech, you said, right?
Yes. Yep. A 22. Yep.
Oh.
That'll do
And that was
it.
not a 4.
That's on a 4.
Jesus Christ.
It's going to be nice having a tech around, guys. I'm just saying right now, it's going to be real nice for you to have a tech around. So yeah, so that definitely patches that
so
armor
much
jack right
Yeah, we
up.
spent so much fucking money on all these tools.
Yeah, so that'll you can recover that stopping power in your armor jack. That said, now what else are you looking to do with your downtime, Ghost?
I just want to pay her 70 for that, and then I'm probably gonna look for somebody selling programs. Just look for anybody who's got extra chips to socket, because I've got an empty deck I'm trying to sort.
Okay.
Wait, you said you're going to pay me 70? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay, so as you do that, she would make a point. Normally she doesn't charge her friends, but she's literally completely fucking broke, so she's gonna take this.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I wanted to give you more, but a new armor jack is only 100, so like I had to keep it reasonable.
No, that's fair. Cool, now I'm not entirely broke.
Yeah, so to look up maybe a netrunner that might have some of the programs you're looking for, because are there specific things you're looking for, or are you looking just for anyone who has any kind of program?
I'm looking for Speedy Gonzalez and what's the other one that I was looking for? Probably a banhammer to go with that. With that kit.
Speedy and a banhammer. Okay. Roll me a library search check, and I'll give you the +2 off your agent to
Speedy
do that
and the
as well.
Banhammer sounds like an indie band name.
Speedy
Actually,
and the banhammer.
I have 2 phones, so my mod is already up +4. Do I just leave it, or do you want me to deactivate one of the phones so it's just +2?
Oh, you still have light rails agent. Yeah, you'd want to disable because it's just you'll really only get benefit from
Not
one.
supposed to stack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what we get.
13. All right. So you do look around, and there's a netrunner that goes by the name Livewire. And Livewire is based out of Short Circuit, so just a short distance from the Cube Hotel that Electo calls home. And they are peddling a couple of things. They mentioned to you when you kind of ping them through your agent that what you're looking for. They say they've got Speedies in stock, but they don't have a banhammer.
Alright, I'll reply to that and say, awesome, I'll take 2, and head over.
Yeah, yep. So you'd meet them there. They're typical kind of wirehead, just sitting there at the bar. wearing a fairly standard looking jumpsuit, maybe just a little bit tattered from forays out into the hot zone. But they would sell it to you for market value, which I am looking up as we speak.
On there before it slips my mind, if they have them lying around, because I know these are more common programs, an extra sword and a spare armor if they have it.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll me a d10 and try to roll less than your luck.
Roll 1d10.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
Easy, I have 7 luck.
Easy, all right. So, because you said you were looking for armor and swords?
Yep.
Yeah, so Livewire does mention that she has armors in stock.
Awesome.
Yep.
I'll definitely take one of those.
Yep, so the armors are 50 apiece and the speedies are 100 apiece.
Okay, so 250 total?
Yes, yeah, if you're getting 2 speedies and an armor, that's 250.
Easy peasy. I'll do that real quick.
Cool. And we're still pretty much on your first day, so is there anything else you want to do with this first week of downtime?
The rest of the downtime, I'm just going to try and distract myself, bury my head in work, and do some hustles.
Okay, cool. So yeah, why don't you roll me a d6 then for the hustle?
Can you read the table for me while I get these programs sorted?
Yeah, so for the first of those rolls, that 4, you find a valuable data cache in an abandoned system and you sold it. And that'll net you 200 eddies. And then if you roll another d6 for me. On that second week, you sabotaged or otherwise disabled a major system for a faceless client and earn yourself another 200 eddies.
Nice, so 400 total.
Yep. So yeah, so you spend your time working away.
Over here.
Yeah, getting your good hacker money. And then finally, last but not least, we have Hyde. Hyde, what are you doing with your 2 weeks of downtime here?
Well, I don't usually go this long without doing work, so I think that first week I'd probably be trying to find something to make some eddies.
Cool. Yeah, if you want to hustle, go. Let's go ahead and roll you a d6 here. And that first week, you end up taking on a difficult hit or extraction job, and you end up netting yourself 200 eddies off of that.
Cool.
And then after that's done, what would you like to do with your second week?
Probably gonna actually hit up some therapy, but not for the addiction.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna go talk to somebody about the goddamn nightmares I have literally every night. It's getting to the point where it's unbearable at this point.
Gotcha.
And, I think in that vein, I'd like to try to regain humanity with that.
Yeah, no, I would definitely rule it that way. So are you just looking for like regular therapy then, not like intensive therapy?
You know, it depends on the price, I suppose. What's the intensive run per?
It's 1,000 for what normally would be extreme humanity loss, which you go then. They do like a course of psychotherapeutic drugs and like intense like brain dance therapy, essentially, to get you back into a place that's healthier. Standard humanity loss is just it is still another week, but it's 500 eddies. And they go through more like the counseling and like an inpatient thing, do some psychotherapeutic drugs, things like that. And so the difference for the humanity loss, the game mechanic side of this, is the standard loss is 2d6, the extreme loss is 4d6.
Yeah, Hyde goes hard or not at all, so he's gonna be looking at extreme, the good.
Yeah.
therapy.
Cool. So therapy for nightmares. Yeah, and like I said, because it's like an inpatient thing that you would go to do, you notice marked improvement throughout your week that you're staying there. And by the time you leave, you are as healthy as you have been in a long time. You are back to your maximum humanity. So you managed to recover all of your humanity. I do want to point out to you as well, you do have a spare armor jack that is not damaged that we can equip. I wasn't sure what you want to do with this one that is damaged.
Oh, sure. If I've got one that's not damaged, I'll gladly just leave the damaged one here at the in the good old crate when I get back from therapy and swap out to a fresh one.
Cool.
Or you could even have your local tech take a look at it if you wanted a backup.
I'm gonna take that quick fix I've got right now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
No problem. Swap it over and we're good. Awesome. So that should cover everyone for their 2 weeks worth of downtime. Thank you, everybody. So now let's, an hour into the stream, get into the reason we're all here tonight, which is the gig. So let me start first and foremost by rolling up what the weather is as we walk outside into Night City this fine day. So we are looking at, it is cool, around 50 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And the current weather conditions it is heavy rain.
Ooh.
So heavy rain / sleet.
Your boy doesn't have an umbrella.
Yeah, blood rain all the time. Yeah, no, not this time. So as such, we're going to be playing our beautiful sound effect here, assuming that I can pull it up. And loop rain and thunder. There we go. Perfect. All right. So we're going to be having rain for the rest of the session here. So you all wake up. It is cool. It is heavy rain outside. And this is going to have just a couple of effects that I want to keep in mind for everybody here. The first thing that this is going to do is if it is heavily raining outside, you may take -2 penalties to some skill checks that have to do with things like sight or perception in the rain, because it's going to be harder to hear and see things through the heavy downpour. But that is going to be about it. Trying to shoot things also might be a little harder if they're far away and you don't have things like a low light or infrared scope or sight to enable that for you to be able to see easier.
This sounds...
Yeah, no, and Mark of Corn, yes. The Night City Weather DLC that we use is one that is official by Artel Saurian. So if you have not use that in any of your games, if you GM this, highly recommend it. It's very, very cool. So with that said, you all wake up, you step outside to this downpour of rain, and it's at this point, finally, after 2 weeks. Well, first and foremost, before we get to Royal giving y'all a call, all of you would be alerted one way or another, depending on where you live, that rent is due. This will not apply to you, Electo, since you would have had your rent covered already for this month. So you're good on that front. Yeah. Everyone else, however, who has the Eddies to pay for it right now, you all do have rent due. So those of you who live in Bridgetown, which is Hyde and Ghost, the two of you, just hear this awful sound of just a like banging fist on the metal door of your cargo container, and you could just kind of hear this sound. The moment yours is done being knocked on, you're just hearing it echo down this row of cargo crates, and you just hear this voice that sounds like he's holding something over his face or something. All right, you plebeians, rent is due. Bring it up to my limousine, and I'll leave you and your miserable selves alone for the rest of the month.
So I wad up 1,100, walk out. And
yeah, so
prepare to pay.
Yeah, it's 1,000. The 100 you deduct off your sheet, but that's more like you're sticking it under your pillow or something as budgeting for food and stuff for the month. That's more what that 100 is. But yeah, so you take your 1,000 out, and you and Hyde, I assume, will walk up, and as you walk to the top, this is not the first time you've done this. You've both been in Bridgetown for a bit now. This man is a guy that goes by the name of Don Zhou. He is a portly and gaudy man who has the pretension to drive into Little China in a limo with an escort of solos at his back, wearing gold watch, gaudy jewelry, a big old chain, and as I kind of described, he's holding this handkerchief over his face, and it's kind of muffling, and you could see he's a little pale, like he can't quite reckon with the stench of the canal that you all live right off of here. And he basically says, okay, everyone, line up. Give me your money and we'll leave you alone. And the residents kind of just get into, those of you who've been at this community for a little while already would know, yep, you just file up, you hand him your 1,000 eddies, and once everyone's done, he, would pack up in his car and just drive away, along with his stupid solo escort. So at this point, I'm going to deduct the 1,100 off of your.
I already got mine.
Yeah, I'm going to do it for Hyde here. So this is rent and lifestyle, and so there we go. So you all pay your. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to make note as I get to the front of the line. How many solos does he have with him?
He's got a couple, so he's got about 3 that are with him, and you could he has had more in the past, and so they may just be positioned out of your view, but he's got at least 3 that are pretty much like right either next to him or somewhere near the front of the line, kind of off to the side, all of them holding assault rifles in their hands down to the side. But kind of like in that ready position to like line up and shoot someone if things get wild.
Bro looks like he's going into fucking Afghanistan.
To this rich asshole probably feels that way because he knows it's a combat zone. But this is his investment property. God damn it, he's gonna make his money off it.
But yeah, no, as I get to the front of the line, I'll look at him as I usually do. I'll hand him the money and go, your squad's looking a little slim here. If you need any extra help, you know where to look.
And he says, yes. Next! And he just kind of like shoos you away as you kind of tell him this.
So as I walk away, I'll notice a little puddle on the ground and I'll instinctively kick my foot back just a little too hard.
Just throw some of the mud that's probably built up from the rain.
Yeah.
And you just hear the surprise of a man who just was not expecting to get a clod of mud chucked at him from under a boot. And he kind of like, you could feel a glare on your back just for the briefest of moments, but then he looks to the next person giving him their money, and he like seemingly forgets about this like small transgression that you've made against him.
All right. Well, the Hyde smirks as he walks back to the crate.
Yep. So with that done, those of you who live in the precipice, which I believe nowadays is down to Red Eye. Red Eye, a similar kind of thing happens over at you where you hear a knock. It's a little less abrasive, mostly because the guy who serves as landlord of the precipice is a gonk-ass guy. That's like the best way I can describe him. It's a guy by the name of... let me find his name in my notes here. Sebastian Samuels. So this dude is got a, that typical white tank top. He looks like he should be living in this community with you. The only reason that he has any appearance of being a landlord is the super chrome on his cyber arms, where he's like clearly got just a little bit of extra gilding on his person. And to the women that live in the community, he, just flexes his muscles a little bit, tries to show off, even though what he's showing off is not impressive in the slightest. And he just, slowly taking like the money from people as you all walk by. And it's the same kind of thing. Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate that here. Thank you. And he's just taking the money off of people as they're kind of handing it to him.
All right, he's just gonna just hand him his money and then just walk away. Just not even bother. Just as fast as he possibly can. Just keep that interaction just as short as possible. Like basically just dropping the money above his hands before he can even like really reach out for it. Just walking away.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. And he's not even gonna pay any attention to the fact that you just like basically like take my money and I'm out. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the gift sub, Samaya. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it all the same. Thank you.
I did have to. Steel deserves it.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Steel, just so you're aware, you do have access to our emotes now. We have a couple of them, and I'm sure you'll appreciate the skill issue emote, tilt detected emote, and some of the good and bad roll emotes we have in here. So that later on you may make fun of the crew as they make mistakes. So with that, exactly, there we go. There's some of those emotes. So after you pay your rent and kind of go back to your cargo container, those of you living in Cube hotels, it's a very simple thing. You get a little chime that alerts you to an announcement on the Cube Hotels PA system, and a very simple message that just says, "To all residents, rent is due. Please pay at the nearest kiosk." And at each level of the Cube Hotel, as well as down by the entrance, there's essentially like a little vending machine similar to the one that you'd get like transit tickets from, or things of that nature, where it's like you're just paying into basically a machine in the wall that collects your 500 eddies of rent for the month. So you can both pay that out.
I don't know why, but the idea of a rent vending machine is somehow more insulting than just sending it electronically.
Right. That's what we're here for.
Worse.
That's what we're here for. We're here to make it feel...
They appear to add insult to injury again and again and again.
Yeah, exactly. That's Cyberpunk in a nutshell. We're here to make it feel nasty. So with that, you deduct your 500 eddies because Pixel, you're the only one for whom rent is due in this fashion this month. Lecta will join you next month. And then you'll also want to just make sure you deduct the 100 eddies for your lifestyle, unless you are improving it.
And can you remind me what the levels are for the lifestyle?
I may. So I know the lowest of them is Kibble, which is what you start on. That's the 100.
Okay, that's the 100.
The one above that is generic pre-pack, which is, if I recall right, 300. I'm going to look it up right now, though, just to make sure that
I think that's right. But
yeah, let me get this pulled up on my other screen here real quick. There it is. Yeah, generic pre-pack, it is 300 eddies. So the description for that is, you eat food which tastes much better than Kibble by comparison. Each weekend you can afford to go out to a good bar and party, or have a sit-down meal at a good restaurant.
I think I know which one Pixel's gonna pick.
The one above that is good pre-pack, which is your food is the same quality as most restaurants, and while artificial, it tastes almost exactly the same as real food. You frequent excellent bars and restaurants when you go out once a month.
That one's big, right?
That's 600. Yep, for this one.
That's what I thought.
And then the top of the rung is fresh food, which is 1,500 eddies a month, so it's a pretty big jump. But you eat real food, and you can once a month, if you're tired and far from home, you can get a nearby hotel room and not worry about your budget. You frequent an executive bar once a month. You can eat at a world-class restaurant, so the kind of place that only the wealthiest execs go typically.
She is sadly not there yet, but should we survive this week, she will move up to this month. She'll move up to the good pre-pack again because she likes that. But this month we'll do 300. The Gen pack.
Oh, that good pre-pack.
Doesn't like this life of poverty. She's like, no, thank you. This stuff is trash.
I am sorry there, Buddha Bob, that Nightbot was being goofy. Hold on. Let me edit Nightbot real quick here. I'm gonna make it so that it is not quite as stringent about that. Excess emotes. Here. Just because that is a goofy one. Limit. Yeah, we'll just, because I do want some emote protection, but yeah, we'll cap that out a little higher here, so that way we're not getting you hacking Night City bot real time. Exactly. Yeah, this is what we do here. So so you get that upgraded and then just deduct the eddies off your sheet. So with that said, now we do come to the point here where you all get a voice message from our good friend Royal, and for that I give you the following here. Bear with me 2 seconds. All right. So he reaches out to you all and says the following.
All right, Chooms. Think I got something lined up. I want y'all to come meet a little earlier today, somewhere around 3 p.m. at Inferno. I'll have Arnold out front. He'll let you in. Come by. We'll talk specifics. See you there.
And with that, you all are given that invite to the Inferno.
This time,
Hell yeah.
Red Eye's going to do something rather unorthodox for him. He's going to try and show up just a little early.
Okay. For sure. So, Red Eye, you arrive a little bit before everyone else. Arnold is already posted outside and just does let you right past into the club. Weapons that you have on you being what they are. The gun check isn't even really working at this point, but you're able to just walk straight through into the club, and sitting there at the bar waiting for you is Royal, and he just looks up at you and says, "Well, Choom, where's the rest of the crew?"
I figured I'd get here a little early. We've still got some fine-tuning to do, I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, take your seat, fine-tune away. And with that, then I assume you're just going to be tinkering on your cyber deck. You're not really going to, it's not like to ask him anything in particular.
Yeah, basically just looking at cyber deck and trying to brainstorm what all I can do, like what I would do in the future to be better prepared.
For sure. Okay, cool.
Relatable.
Yeah. So with that, we will then go to the rest of the group kind of arriving pretty much around the same time. As each of you arrive, Arnold just lets you right past with just a nod. And once you've all assembled there, Royal looks at the group of you assembled, It says, good, I think that's everyone. So here's the gig. So, as I'm sure you're aware, Choo-Choo has gotten pretty pricey lately, right? Everyone's feeling the pinch of their wallet. Tickets on your local trains are going up. Well, here's the thing, right? It's not going to surprise you when I tell you that Choo-Choo just got real fucking pricey out of nowhere. The media gonks are blaming all kinds of people, suppliers, producers, nomads, but I know something they don't. And so he takes his agent, like he has the last few times, and slides it into the center of the group here, and a holographic display lights up above it, displaying the Interstate 101 to the east of the city. And he taps a segment on the map, and just outside of a little settlement there called Little Bluff, you see this enlargement of an image that is showing what apparently is drone footage of an overhead view, looking down at what appears to be a really long line of cars, and at the front of them are several thick concrete barricades. And so he says, so basically he says, here, give me 2 seconds to add this all cleared out here. He says, so here's the deal. Militech decided that they were going to starve out the city supply at Choo-Choo because they have some kind of bigwig inspection from the U.S. fucking government coming up. They want to look nice and tough, have a fucking parade outside the NorCal military base. Apparently, they're justifying it under a temporary and emergency counterterrorism operation. But that's the usual corp bullshit to get the NCPD and politicians to play along. Thing is, they don't give a single shit about the small guys getting pinched by this move. Matter of fact, they seem to be encouraging it by blockading the highway for nomads coming through. So shipments are getting delayed and even lost as they come down the 101. I'm sure I don't need to explain why this is a shitty fucking sitch, and I can almost smell the eddies on this when every nomad in that convoy needs a place to sell that Choo-Choo and the other goods that they've been hauling for the last week. So here's the deal. I've got a friend in a nomad clan called the Sand Vipers, happens to be their leader. He goes by the name of Geo, G-E-O. I've set up a meet with him. I want you all to attend, see what can be done about finding a way for those fuel shipments to make it into the city. The prize this time is 1,000 eddies ahead. I'll even get you to the next night market that I throw when these shipments arrive. After all, I'm sure these sane fiends have more than just gas to sell after all this time. Any questions?
None from me.
Right?
What was that, Hyde?
I just look at him sort of jokingly, but also very seriously, and say, no maelstrom this time, right?
No, just a bunch of corporal rat Militech fucks.
Cool. Perfect prey.
Charlie, would I know the Sand Vipers at all? Because some of my clients were nomads. Would I have worked with any of them?
Let's go ahead and have you roll streetwise. Let's see if you would know for sure whether or not you've worked with them in the past.
Oh yeah, I've got a base 2 streetwise. This is quite the departure from E.Light Rail. 11.
In 11, yeah. So, not implicitly, you don't remember any of the people you've worked with being Sand Vipers, but you've worked for a lot of nomads. So they're various little crests they wear, and on patches and things in the clothing that they wear. It all kind of gets to blur together after a point, considering you really never leave the city, and their domain is mostly out in the Badlands where that sort of thing matters. So in the city, they're just another client to you.
Yeah, I understand she probably wouldn't particularly care.
Yeah, no, probably not. And so as far as that goes, then the other thing that Royal brings up, because as you've arrived, Electo, he says, so Electo, I know you weren't there, but the rest of you crew, before you go on this for me, I do have a little gift that we need to resolve from the last gig you ran for us. So Sparks took those blueprints that you got from that Arasaka compound, and he's parsed it out. He's seen what's all on there, and he's got some interesting stuff. So basically, he's got the means to make an excellent quality weapon of any kind for each of you, essentially. So you can pick one excellent quality weapon that you would like to have in your inventory, and Sparks will fabricate that for you while you're off on this mission.
I think it's a pretty obvious decision here. I'm just going to upgrade the assault rifle.
The assault rifle, yep. No, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So I'm going to make some notes here real quick while we're talking.
I think I want to get an excellent quality, very heavy. Get an upgrade to the Deagle.
I'll probably go for an upgraded heavy pistol. Get an excellent quality.
Yeah, upgraded heavy pistol.
Okay. So Ghost, very heavy pistol. Pixel.
Now I'm really glad I upgraded my pistol. Now I'm not the only one with a regular ass one now.
Yeah. And then Red Eye. Heavy pistol. Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Fire bat. Yeah. No, fire might be bad. You never know.
As we found out last session, fire might be bad, but electricity's even worse.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We found out last session this team doesn't play nice with environmental hazards.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think it's more specifically that you don't play nice with them. The rest of us are fine.
Just you.
We got tapped with one. We had somebody else blow themselves up with the grenade. I would call that part of the environment, even though they created it.
That's fair.
We had the drone creation part of the environment that we ended up basically standing on top of for half of a combat segment.
Yeah, it's true.
Do they qualify as like a type of plant since they just kept like coming and they're part of the environment? Is that a spore? I think that's what it is. Can we spores? I like that. That's what I mean.
Yeah, those are what you guys ran into, the spores. That was a good time. So,
yes, too. I was like just calling the drone spores because they kept coming. But yes, I have nasal filters because of trauma you inflicted with spores.
That's what we're here for. Trauma. It's good.
I know. Like all of the choices I make are trauma responses in real life and this game.
So, so what we're gonna do at this point? So he basically makes a note on his agent of each of the items you mention, and he forwards it in a message over to Sparks. Says, "I'll make sure that that's all waiting for you when you get back from the gig here." So, So all you guys need to do get the Choo-Choo flowing back into Night City, and once it's on its way here, just make your way back, and we'll get you paid up and get you invited to that night market.
So I'll look at Royal, and I'll sort of remember back from the last job and go, hey, I just wanted to thank you again for that grenade belt you handed over last time. Ended up coming in real handy, and let's just say it pissed off quite a few Maelstrom gangers.
I read some of the scream sheets. NCPD were horrified by what they found out in the tunnels, and they described it as a nest of gore. So I imagine that was your doing, and I appreciate your artwork.
It's not just me, it was everybody else too. But yeah, the grenades definitely played a part there.
I'm just going to say the NCPD apparently are among your admirers without knowing it.
Ugh.
Ew. And Alecto would say that. It'd be the only thing she said since she's got here.
Yeah. It's just the police get mentioned. Ew.
Gross.
He says, so the good news is one of Geo's people goes by the name of Marmot. He has brought me this information. Sounds like they've been having some issues with their sat link out there. So he will be taking you over to their camp so that Geo can kind of give you the lay of the land and give you the details on what you're going to be doing to help them out getting this moving.
Cool. I guess we'll get in contact with him, or is he supposed to meet us somewhere?
He says, well, he's actually just waiting on my signal. And with that, he waves a hand over his agent again, throwing another message out. He should be pulling around shortly here, and he'll meet you right out front.
It's really funny because I have an IRL friend that goes by Marmot. So
Really?
I immediately thought of them. Yeah.
That's so great. I love it.
Yeah. And I was like, huh, that's funny.
But so yeah, so with that said, does anyone have any final questions then before you set off for the Nomads?
Nope.
Nope. On the way out, I'll make sure my gun's reloaded and everything's good to go, and I'm ready to shoot some corpos if need be.
For sure. Yeah, so I've just reloaded your assault rifle. So you all walk outside, and as you do, you see a what appears to be a somewhat cobbled together military style Humvee sitting there on the street just outside the front door of the club. Driving it is a fairly young looking nomad kid, you almost think, but he's got a set of goggles strapped up to his head that are tinted so as to protect him from the sun. Not that he'll need much of that today with the rain being what it is. And he basically has room for everyone. So as he sees you all walk up onto the street level, he waves at you and says, "Get in the back. Let's get going. This weather doesn't look like it's letting up anytime soon, so I'd like to get back to camp."
Is there a front seat to this, or is it just space for us in the back?
There is. Yeah, no, there's a front seat to this.
So I would just walk up and be like, "Do you mind if I sit front? I just want to see how this works." Because I don't imagine she would have gotten to be so close to a working Nomad car before, and she would be very interested.
Yeah,
she thinks stuff is cool.
So he say, "Yeah, no, absolutely, hop on in." And so as you all pile in, once you're all inside, he takes off, and it takes a couple hours. So by the time you arrive where you're going here, the sun has receded to a low point on the horizon, and you are all essentially gathering up by a short, think kind of like a precipice that kind of leads up and looks out over this valley in front of you. And as Marmot pulls up and parks the car, and you all hop out, you see in front of you a fairly well-built nomad man wearing the same kind of goggles and with a very large constitutional arms hurricane assault weapon, which is a massive double-barreled drum shotgun just strapped on his back. And you can see he's looking through like a set of binoculars downrange at something. Hearing the car come up, he kind of slides down the precipice and then kind of gives an appraising look at all of you. I'm going to roll something for him really quick here. Bear with me 2 seconds. I had him doing this. Cool. So he looks over you and he says, "All right, so you're the group Royals sent. Very good. All right. Want y'all to come with me for just a second here." And he basically throws like a hand up to say follow me. And he leads the group up to the top of this precipice. And as you're all kind of approaching it, he says, "Now stay low because we don't want him seeing us up here." And so you guys don't need to roll stealth or whatever, but I assume every one of you are just going to kind of keep a low profile as you head up on the side of the bluff here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So with that, so he leads you up onto the ridgeline, and he hands his binoculars that he was looking through a moment ago to each of you in turn, so you all kind of get a view of the situation on the ground ahead of you. And essentially what you see as each of you look through this is the barricade that Royal had in his image. And this line of cars it stretches as basically as far as you can see in the rain. Like you could still see like the faint glimmer of headlights at the edge of your vision down the road. And it's not like that's where the road ends or it bends away or something. It is a fairly straight road, and it just fades into the rain at the end of it. This long line of cars that is just built up. He says to you as you each kind of get a chance to appraise that this is what's going on. He says, fucking corpo shit stains. Think that innocent fucking people are there to do with as they please. Well, I have some ideas. And with that, he reaches to his side and kind of moves around a carry-all messenger bag. And to the group, he kind of flashes the inside of the bag, and you could see several C9 charges that he's got packed into this bag. And he says, I don't plan on pitching open war with these assholes, but tonight, when it gets nice and dark, I want to take these bunker busters up to those barricades and clear the road. Time to get the supply chain moving again.
C9, my favorite letter and number combination.
Yeah. So he says, I'm glad you approve. And he says, my idea is simple. We take my crew, so me and a few of the guys back there, we're going to take these, set them, plug, with a detonator and everything. I've got the trigger on my person. As soon as we clear, we're going to pop it. These are some pretty thick concrete barricades. So while I'm hopeful this is going to do most of the work for us, it's probably not going to do all of it for us. And so the reason you're here is you wireheads, and he looks specifically at Ghost and Red Eye, my people have a mobile net arch that we're going to roll down there with us, connected to a couple of drones. They'll get you past all the security and stuff. If Militech decides to drop a net runner on your heads or something, it's no big deal. They'll have ice to contend with a long time before they get down to you. They'd have to get past our front line to do that anyway. So I really don't think it's that much of a risk. But what your role is going to be, each of you is going to take over an aerial drone. You're going to provide some covering fire for our friends here. Now, like I said, not looking to pitch open war. We're just looking to scare them, make them piss themselves a little bit. The rest of you who are, more physically inclined are going to run out after we've started laying down the cover fire. You're going to clear what rubble remains of these barricades. Once that's all cleared out, you're going to be able to run it back, and hopefully the combi caravan here that's been building for the last week or so can just start flowing forward into the city again. So, does anyone have any questions or concerns about that?
What are the drones packing?
I was just about to say the exact same thing.
AP rounds, very heavy pistol insides.
Trauma.
Yeah, party just goes silent.
Yeah, all of a sudden, who?
Drones with heavy pistols, you say?
Yeah.
I just kind of nodded and say, it's a good thing you guys have C9.
This is why you told me about demolitions, huh? Yes, Charlie.
It's not strictly why I told you about it, but demolitions is a thing.
I still have a base 10 to it. I just don't have any points in it.
Yeah, there you go. The other thing that I do want to have you all, and I'm going to have all of you roll this simultaneously. Hyde, obviously, I'll roll for you. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, everybody.
And then we get a minus to this. because of the weather.
Let's go.
Yes, yeah, you will take a minus to this, -2 to this, being that, there is heavy rain. So whatever.
I'm adding the mod into
I'll
my
need to
roll.
re-roll that then.
No, you don't need to.
Mine is just 10.
You don't need to re-roll. Yeah, you'll just. I'll take whatever you rolled and subtract 2 myself.
Yeah, so that'd be an 18 for me.
I already subtracted 2 from mine.
You did. Okay, so everyone else's is as is. So Redeye, Pixel, and Electo. As you all look through these binoculars, the other thing you're noticing is there's appears to be a patrol of Militech troops that are just weaving through the combis that are lined up on the road, and every so often you see them like point their guns at the window of one of these cars and force its inhabitants out, and then they just start looting something out of either the car itself or if it's carrying a trailer out of that. And you can see, as a matter of fact, that several Militech troops are actually patrolling back and forth between this row of combis, and right next door is the settlement of Little Bluff that you saw on the map. And there appears to be, some movement between the combi line and that as well. So that does also come into your knowledge of the situation, depending on if that causes you to ask any questions.
So yeah, I would ask like, what's the plan to? I would turn to what's the guy's name?
Geo is the nomad, if that's who you're referring to.
Geo's the big feller.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I would turn and ask like, so what's the plan to deal with the patrols?
He says, well, like I said, after it gets nice and dark, those guys tend to they like to fly home back to the city, where I'm sure they've got families and warm beds. And he kind of like, you could tell his demeanor darkens as he says this. And the things that make life worth living.
And if they don't?
Well, that's the bottom of the corporate ladder that gets to sit here and shit in the bushes all night. But their patrols, we've noticed, we've been watching them for about the last week, waiting for this. And it looks like their patrols thin out after the sun goes down. So the patrolling group there shouldn't be an issue. Although we do have a group of scouts that we're going to send forward into the town just to make sure that that's not a problem. And you actually, from behind you, it has mention of this here from Marmot. Boss, about that, I don't know what happened, but I think one of the crews that was going to be on that mission, I think they got hit by those pillboxes out in the desert earlier in the week. So we're a little light on our detail. We should be able to deal with it, don't get me wrong, but having some extra hands might be helpful.
You'd be surprised what happens when you're supposed to be able to deal with things.
Yeah, and he kind of like grins like and laughs nervously because he definitely knows what you're implying, and you get the sense even without like rolling human perception that like this isn't something he's too familiar with yet. Like the idea of open conflict, especially with like a well-established corporation, it's not something he's super comfortable with.
I mean, I don't know if you can ever get comfortable fighting Militech.
It's fair.
Even Arasaka's not comfortable doing that.
That's fair.
Comfort is a weird word to apply to it, yes.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to go home and engage war with the fucking military.
Oh man,
war.
I can't wait to go and fight some Militech. Like, that just sounds like so much fun.
It is,
I've been
though.
waiting all week.
I can't wait for Adam Smasher to personally come test the locks on my cargo container.
Oh no. So so that does get mentioned a little bit as well. So with that said, so I know that was your question there, Maya. Does anyone Do you have any further questions, or does anyone else have questions?
Yeah, I was gonna say
that was pretty much all of it for me.
For you, okay, cool. Hyde, yeah, what was it?
At the mention of that, I'll sort of look at Geo and Marmot and go, does that mean you need another squad to go check it out? I'm sure the gang and I wouldn't mind going to take a look at Little Bluff.
And Geo kind of looks, and he kind of like rubs his chin a little bit, and he says, look, I'm not going to lie. Like, we're spread thin. So regardless of where you guys end up in the plan here, someone's going to be less, secured for it. We can kind of, shuffle our own forces around enough. But look, I mean, if you want, I can give you kind of the lay of the land, and you can tell me kind of where you want to fit in the theater of war as it's unfolding here, and we can work that out.
Well, besides, if everywhere's reinforced, nowhere's reinforced. There's always going to be holes in the line.
Fair enough. Yep. No, you speak like you know this. So he says there are 3 points of concern for us right now. The main one is the one I mentioned to you before, that we need that row of barricades cleared. That without that cleared, the combis don't move. We risk Militech getting a counterattack before this group of combis gets to just move the hell out of the way, essentially. And that's what we really want to avoid. Besides that, though, there are a few things that we might do to, I guess, shore up our backlines. One would be, as Marmot just mentioned, the town. We've seen a bunch of Militech patrols. They've boarded up a bunch of the windows in town, especially after a couple weeks back, one of their trains derailed here, and a lot of people died. A bunch of us knew people that died, and we don't want that happening again. So
yeah.
Not alone. I mean,
how did that happen? What a weird coincidence.
Is that a conscience I detect?
Well, the nice thing is Electo genuinely was involved in that, so I don't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, Electo probably doesn't.
I'm just gonna stare at Ghost and be like, yeah.
And so, but he says, so as it stands, between that and some of the things that have happened since, we're a little bit shorter on people, but they've reinforced the town. But there's a couple of sites in the town itself that would probably benefit from some additional reinforcement. The other thing that we have an interest in as a sort of plan B is out in the desert. We have got some back roads that lead off of the highway here and into other kind of side passages to enter Night City, essentially. That kind of re-navigate their way back onto the highway further down. But lately, Militech set up some kind of gun out there, and it's been downing any drones, any ground craft that fly or drive through that area. So right now, it's basically not an escape route. And so clearing that could also prove helpful for our odds here, because if we don't get to clear the road, that at least then will serve as a way for these other vehicles to get out. So that's kind of the 3 places. Like I said, we're ready to shuffle around our troops. We've got a plan. I feel pretty good about it. But again, where you guys fit in is going to be to kind of shore up one of those 3 areas of interest for us, so that way we don't have the plan fall through where it's at its most critical.
They've lost enough people. I say we have to make sure that gun's down so they have a way out just in case things go south.
I'm never going to say no to the chance to grab some salvage from a Militech automated gun. Did he say it was automated, or is it manned? Or do we know?
So he just said they appear to have some kind of emplaced gun out there. He didn't really mention whether it was automated or not.
Okay, so I would ask him if he knows if it's automated or manned.
And so he responds to that question. He says, well, if it is banned, someone's been shitting out in the bushes for the last week, and we haven't seen hide or hair of them. So,
Okay.
I'm assuming it's automated unless someone on the corporate ladder really got fucked over by their superiors. In which case, I'd laugh at them because, you know, it's pretty fucking funny if you're shitting out in the bushes for a week because your boss thought you were incapable of anything else. But yeah, that would also mean they think highly enough of us that we charge that position. And, you know, I don't think that they think nearly that highly of us.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd rather deal with, you know, regular corpo fucks than have to deal with anything automated or robotic ever again.
At least we know you can't build new fucking soldiers underneath our feet.
Do we know that?
Okay. At least we can assume it can't do that yet.
Until they start popping out of the desert cacti.
Yeah.
But if it's automated, it could have some of those drone thingies like hanging around somewhere else too and send out like distress signals and stuff. And so it might not just be that one little tower thingy, you know.
So Hyde will just look at the group and go, you know what? Nah, I'm going to stick back with Geo, and I'm going to see if I can get that C9 planted. I had way too much fun blowing up those maelstrom conchs earlier.
Yeah. Would we have enough time to do both?
Look, so probably not. And the only reason I say this is because we're going to be basically running our barricade busting just about as soon as we know that escape route is clear, just in case something doesn't work out well. So it's going to be one of the three. We don't really have room for both.
I'm not going to vote to split the group. I'd rather go with the explosive. C9 is always a good option.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Red Eye's down with just hunkering down somewhere in a drone, just providing some aerial support.
Yeah. I would also cast my vote in for the main plan of blowing the main barricade.
Yeah, Pixel's gonna stay with the group, and I personally have been punished before for splitting the group despite knowing what was going to happen, so...
Yeah, I'll look at Geo. And,
whatever we do, we go together.
Yeah. I'll look at Geo and be like, so you gonna help us out tonight, or you gonna be doing some behind-the-scenes work?
Oh, no. I'm going to be in the forward group. I'm going to be the one setting those charges and making sure those pop. Your guys' role is just to lay down covering fire and move what's left of the barricades once that's done. Nice and easy.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And you would see Electro fucking like twitch as soon as he says nice and easy.
And he's going to notice that, and he's not going to mention anything about it, but he's going to look at the group and says, so, any last questions, or you decided we're going to be clearing those barricades together tonight?
I'm going to rub my hands together and say, I'm ready to see what I'm working with to control that drone.
All right. No, we can definitely get you set up. So bear with me just a minute, guys. I'm going to mask the stream really quick while I tinker with this scene here. Because
and like when he asks, like, are you guys ready? You would see her pull out her new and improved Arasaka Tamiyura, which is now called Light Rail. She renamed it because she's gay like that. And she would like, I wish I had I'll use my fucking Xbox controller to show, but she'd hold it like this and then do that John Wick thing where she like swaps it like this to do a one-handed press check.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm also going to turn to Red Eye and go, I can't wait to try out this new deck, and I'm going to rotate out to my, battle deck. So I'm just going to rotate out the decks in my jacket.
Perfect. And he looks at you all and says, oh, you'll all get your opportunities. That I assure you of here. And so with that, as you kind of all get off of this ridge that he's taking you up to kind of appraise the situation, he says, okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to be sit up behind you guys, just over a ridge with a bunch of machine guns laid straight forward. We're going to suppress the ever-loving shit out of them. They're not going to get a chance to peek up at you if we have our way. If they do, just get ready to run. The other thing I do want to mention is it will be dark out there. And because I know some of the people around don't, necessarily look like they've got night vision, but they do. How many of you can see in the dark without the aid of something?
Just gonna see Hyde fucking grin and just look at the rest of the group and go, none of these guys can do anything in the dark.
He says, okay, good to hear. All right. So he goes into one of the crates on the back of one of the other cars, and he grabs a set of night vision goggles for each of you who cannot normally see in the dark. He says, I do not recommend putting these on unless you want to blind yourselves before the sun goes down. But once the sun goes down, this is going to keep you nice and able to see what's going on around you. I do want these back at the end of the op. These aren't cheap. So once everything's said and done, I will take them back from you. But yeah, for tonight, to make sure this goes well, I want you all to be well equipped and have the capabilities to see in the dark here. So he's going to hand one of these to each of the 4 of you who normally cannot see in the dark. So you may let me... I don't believe night vision goggles are a normal. Yeah, they're not. So you don't need to note anything on your sheet for these. I'll make sure, because I can just change your character's vision because I'm the GM and I'm cool like that. So with that said, so he'll give those out to you, and as he does, he's going to also ask, and are there any of you that are missing a radio communicator, or do all of you have one of those?
Oh, would that be like an agent, or?
No, it's an actual like separate thing, because agents still rely on like a sat network, but these are like closed band local radio, like that you would use to communicate over short distances.
Yeah, I definitely don't have one of those.
Yeah, I'm good. I got mine.
Yeah, I'll just be like, yeah, that's some old tech right there, but I can use one if you've got one.
Yeah, and so he hands out a radio communicator to all of you, and he basically gives them the frequency. I don't have it written down, so immersion break, I know. But he's going to give you the frequency. He says this is going to be our frequency for the operation so that all of you can stay in touch with what's going on in the other areas. You are blue team. That is who we are designating you as. My team that is going to be forming your backline is Overwatch. If you stick with this, Militech won't know what's hitting them. That is the goal. So OPSEC is important. We believe in OPSEC here. This is what we are doing for that. Other than that, couple points of interest. Red and Gold are 2 teams that we're sending kind of to watch the road from Night City to make sure that no one else is coming up that way. And Eagle is going to be the group that we're sending into Little Bluff to observe. Does anyone have any questions about any of that?
Yeah. Is there a red 5? I'm just kidding. You don't actually have to answer that.
Yeah, he says that's probably a particular person within the red team, yes, but...
Jeff Porkins.
Jeff Porkins. Good lord. I was waiting for someone to put together...
He said red and gold. I immediately was like Metal Gear Solid, like, whoop!
Oh, man.
Red
Anyway.
leader and gold leader.
Yeah, exactly. No, I know, because that's where I'm pulling these colors from.
Yeah, see, and I was just over here wondering if the red team wore red shirts and therefore also had the same propensity for death.
Well, we will find out, won't we?
From a totally different fandom.
Yeah, we will find out, won't we? So, so with all this said, Geo again just checks with you all. Are there any final questions then? Or are we good to kind of reposition a little further down the road here and wait for nightfall?
That was all I had. Yeah, I think I'm ready.
I ain't got nothing else.
Charlie, I have a question for you. Me, the player, not Pixel.
Yes.
He has cyber eyes. That I need to get a special attachment to have night vision for that, right?
Right. There's a special bit of cyber called low light IR/UV vision, which literally lets you see better in low light, and it gives you infrared and ultraviolet, so that you can see in those spectrums as well.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to double check.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I want to just side note, once we get settled in, I do want to write a virus once they let me into the system, so let me know once we're settled into the architecture.
Okay. So I am, because we're about 2 hours in here. So as you guys all reposition, I'm going to propose we take a break, briefly, just so that everyone can grab water, use the bathroom, etc. So what we'll put out there as we kind of prepare to take that break. So you all pack into Marmot's Humvee again, as the rest of the nomads pack into their various vehicles, and they all drive down along the back roads off the side of the highway here toward a position that's just slightly, a slight distance away, I should say, from Little Bluff. So you all kind of park up behind some rocks. The engines and lights are cut. The gear starts getting passed around. And Geo says, all right, all that's left is to wait. And with that, we're going to go ahead and cycle over to break. So those of you in chat, you will be listening to Tiger by Garyon while we take a few minutes. And we'll be back momentarily. I'll probably be back before the rest of the group to chat with you all for a bit. But until then, we will be back. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, it's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future, tunes. Hello everyone, we are back. So we have got everyone here and lined up and ready to go here for the next phase of the mission. So as I said, Geo just parks, and the other nomads all park their cars behind some rocks. They let you all out. Geo moves to the front along with you guys, basically as the sky begins to darken. And when the sky is moved to pitch black, he looks up at the group of you there, and let me just get the notes for this next little encounter up in front of me here. And he just says, good luck, Chooms. Remember, no need to kill them. Just make the corporate rats piss themselves. And with that, he charges forward toward the barricades with his C9 satchels in tow. So it's at this time that I will activate our scene here. So activating now. So you all should be coming over. In theory, you all should be coming over.
I'm at 98%.
Same.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to... Okay, yep, there we go. I've got Erica coming over here. All right, cool. Yep, slowly one by one. There you all come. Awesome. Awesome. And now that everyone's on the scene, I will be revealing the image to the stream. So here we are. So out in front of you here, this guy at the front of the blockade, that is Geo. So this lovely dude right here is friendly. Do not shoot him. As you all can see, once you don your night vision goggles, you've got a series of Militech troopers back here that a scout calls over the radio. Looks like their reinforcements have just left the field. So you should be good to go, boss man. And Geo, then you see him very carefully kind of avoiding the sight of people, starts plastering this front and second line of the barricades with the C9. After a few moments, he runs back and an audible explosion can be heard as the front two rows of this basically just get disintegrated and go flying off in every direction, leaving only this last row, which conveniently are in segments. So the two Netrunners, before he would have ran out and gotten these exploded, he would have plugged you into two drone boys here, which I will pretty much here. Give me 2 seconds. Ghost, go ahead and do that OPSEC. What did you want to roll as a virus for you there?
I wanted to set it up so that because I swapped out to like my anti-personnel deck.
Yep.
So that it's like a prepared action to fire a deck crash if anybody, while I'm in the system, if anybody besides me or Red Eye enters like the first floor of the system, hit him with the deck crash. So like treat it like a black ice attack, but rolling off of my stuff as long as I'm in the system.
So I don't think that's not really possible. Usually let's do this. Go ahead and roll me a virus check. Let's see what you roll, but this is gonna be pretty difficult because you're talking about like essentially making your attacker program work differently than it's supposed to.
All right. I got this. Skills, and I am going to roll a virus check. Wabam. Yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you get to the end of that and you're like, damn it, that didn't work out anywhere near like what I wanted it to. So yeah, it just kind of fizzles. But so Geo hits it at this point as you're trying to kind of set this up. You hear the bang. Let's turn on that combat music. I want everyone to go ahead and roll me initiative, please. So I've got the combat tracker set up here. Ooh.
Oh, Pixel. Oh no.
So you can roll me in, that'd be great.
I don't think I ever had a roll of that.
Jesus, the whole fucking squad.
Yep. So Red Eye, you will be up first here in our
No
initiative.
pressure. There's
So-
only 3 people coming after you.
I mean, the good news is they're hella far away, and
Yeah,
the drone
so
is what
I
they're
do
gonna
want
see.
to go ahead and move the drone, just say up to here.
Okay. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that'll work. Whee!
And then I'll just go ahead and ready a shot if anything just enters my range.
Cool. What kind of range are we talking? We just talking like a 12-meter range, or so that probably be the next shortest range compared to what you got. That would be it. 12 meters.
Yeah, 12-meter range.
Cool. All right. Yeah, you got that set. So the good news is none of these guys are aware. So they're not even going to take any actions. They're just going to kind of keep observing what they're seeing here because they don't know you guys are all lined up over here. So that is the nice thing. So Electo, you are next in the initiative for our friendlies here.
Oh god. Okay. So this barricade that's here.
Yes.
How tall is it?
So they're like
But would I get cover from hiding behind it?
You would, yes. The barricades themselves are like slightly more portable versions of like your typical concrete traffic barricades that you might see in a city. They've got handles for carrying them. If you have body 5 or greater, you can carry these with just one person, but it is going to use all your actions during the turn. If you want to try and sprint with it, you can roll an athletics check to try and do so. But that is the way that the barricades work. I'm just checking something here for my own curiosity. There we go.
So let's see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And then what's the I can take my action to move double my move, right?
You can, while carrying one of these, you'll need to roll an athletics check to do that because they are pretty heavy. But yeah, to get up and to the point that you're like carrying one, yeah, you can run for free as an action and just double your movement.
Okay, and then these vehicles, would they provide cover? I'm basically like, I need to get closer to these people to shoot them, and I don't want to get shot in return.
Yeah, so these vehicles would provide cover. These are large like vans and combis, which are like kind of like RVs that are built as like mobile homes, essentially, that nomads typically use. But yeah, they would definitely be big enough to provide you cover. Just understand that when you're covering behind them, you're using the cars that are probably filled with people as cover.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'm gonna take my... Oh, this is tough. I don't know what I want to do. Okay, I'm just gonna move then. I'm gonna take my action to move.
Cool.
And double. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna move up here, and then I'm just gonna prepare my action to where if somebody moves within... What's my 15? Within 12 meters of me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Actually, let's see. What's the... Yeah. So, if somebody moves... Sorry, I am second guessing myself here. I'm gonna take my action so that if any of the goons notice us, that I can take a shot at them. That's what I want to do.
Cool. All right.
Because right now they're unaware of us, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, because you guys are kind of masked by the rain and the darkness. So with that, we go to Hyde. So Hyde, what would you like to do with your turn?
I'll move up sort of closer with the group over here to the left, just to get a little bit closer to the barricades. It does stay in dark, so I can't really be seen, but...
Cool. So are you just taking a regular movement, or are you going to double your movement? Because you could double your movement and potentially, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so if you doubled your movement, you could actually get up to the barricades here and start maybe moving these.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Okay. Cool. So you move out into the light here and get to one of these barricades. You still do have 2 more movement, though, so if you did want to move up like to one of these closer barricades, you could. Do you want to do that?
No, I'll try to stay... I'll stay out of line of sight there, I think.
Out of line of sight. Okay, cool. I am going to have you roll stealth here just because I want to see how, now that you're kind of in the light, how unnoticeable you are. And yeah, you keep pretty low to the ground, so these guys don't notice you. Cool. Next, we've got another one of these Militech boys, which isn't going to know anything. Now we're down to Ghost. So Ghost, what would you like to do?
So I think I'm just going to push up the drum with everybody diagonally, like northwest for all 6 spaces.
Cool. Yep, there we go. And then we go to more Militech, now Geo. So Geo has a move of 6. So he will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So he's going to move a little bit closer to these guys. And I'm going to have him roll me stealth. Yeah, he'll have no problem. Yeah, since he's still out of the light, they're actually not noticing him as he's moving surprisingly quick up to these barricades.
Took a fucking stealth boy.
Yeah, pretty much. And so then we go to Pixel. So Pixel, what would you like to do?
I think I'm gonna start moving up as well. Let's see. Maybe 1, 2. I forget. Does it count if we want to move diagonal?
That's just one move. Yeah, so if you want to move diagonal, you can.
Okay, yeah, because I was wanting to move diagonal.
Yeah.
So that's
If you
4.
if you want to input diagonals, all you have to do is hit like the up and the side at the same time, or W and A or W and D at the same time, and it'll move you diagonally.
Oh, okay. I probably won't remember them in 10 minutes.
Think of it like hitting diagonal on like a D-pad controller. That's what you can do to move as well.
Yeah, no. I'm just like, I'm not probably going to remember that. I will make an attempt and I will write it down. Yeah, so she's just going to move there, and already in action in the event one of these guys comes closer, and she'll just have her gun ready.
Cool. Awesome. All right, so Pixel, you've got your gun out ready. We now move back to Red Eye. It is your turn. You have your little drone boy right here. What would you like to do, Red Eye? If you're talking, you are muted.
So I will go ahead and just move my drone just up to say like right here.
Okay.
And just keep that action readied for the same distance.
Cool. Because let's see, how far are you from here? Yeah, because I think from here to here, yeah, you'd only really use 3 of your 6 movement that you have with that drone. So it's your call.
Yeah, I'll just want to camp out here
And
and just
wait.
wait for shit to go down if we do wind up popping the cork on this thing.
Okay, sounds good. Then we go down through these guys. So this turn, I am going to have them roll perception as they kind of start. Maybe not to get the sense that anything's wrong, but that, you know, they will be kind of checking.
Wait, weren't there 3 rows of barricades and then 2 of them got blown up?
Yes.
And they didn't notice that?
Well, so they saw them, but again, they're kind of just looking like, what the fuck is going on? So they're mostly
okay.
like,
I'm with you.
yeah. So it's not that they don't think something's gone wrong. It's more that they don't see anything immediately here. Because it's also like 3-second intervals, right? When we're talking combat time.
I didn't realize they were that fast. So that's half the time of D&D.
Yeah, it's very brief. So like for the first seconds, they would be like, oh, what the hell is happening?
Yeah, they wouldn't even have had time to react.
Right. So that's where now this turn, they're going to start kind of looking around.
A -3.
Yeah,
Dude
so
didn't turn on his fucking nods.
two of them rolled 13s, and that's about it. So I'm going to have Geo roll me a stealth check here to just confirm. But I believe, yeah, Geo's safe. And I'm going to have Hyde do it as well, just to make sure. But yeah, you guys are good. Awesome. Because yeah, everyone else is back far enough that they wouldn't be able to see from that range. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, these troopers are still blissfully unaware that there is a mob of death rolling up on them here. Electo, we are back to you.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said 2 of them became aware, or no?
2 of them were borderline aware, but they were definitely still not. I was saying Geo and Hyde were the ones at risk of being noticed, but they're both still rolling high enough on stealth that doesn't happen. So everyone's still
Gotcha.
blissfully unaware on this side of the field that anything wrong is happening.
Then we're gonna do that, 2, 3. I don't want to get up into their shit, but I want to be closer. Can I tell what weapons they have from here?
Roll me. It is raining, so it's going to be one of those things where noticing passively, probably not. If you'd like to expend an
I don't want
action,
to take my action.
yeah,
Yeah, but passively I can't. Okay.
passively it's pretty hard to tell from this distance. Yeah.
I'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn. 5.
And remember, the Geo mentioned the goal is just to get the barricade out of the way. So.
Okay. So actually, in that case, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going 5. So I want to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. And then do we get a bonus to carrying these if 2 people are doing it?
So if 2 people of body 5 or greater are doing it, then I would say you could sprint together without using a athletics check.
Okay, so I would run next to Hyde here, and then I would tap him on the shoulder as I'm next to him to be like, "Hey, we can get this and go." And so then, so could I use my action to roll stealth and then on his turn still help him run away with it? Or would I need to preserve my action to do
You
that?
need to preserve your action because you use all the action to move it, essentially, because it takes a lot of effort on your part to lift and move it.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that then.
Yep.
I'm gonna
okay.
run up here and then just wait for him.
Cool. And then you're just going to consume movement for your next turn with him to pull that back, essentially, as your action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sounds good. Hyde, it's actually your turn next here, so it'll be
Yeah,
nice
I
and quick.
think we know the plan here. Let's move this thing.
Cool. All right. And so, Hyde, your move is 5. Electo, your move is also 5. Awesome. So, are we looking to just sprint with this and just take this as far away from the road as possible?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Get it
that
out.
gets us as far away from their bullets as possible too. So
Cool. Awesome. So, I'm going to move your tokens myself here. So, because this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So, basically, we'll just move this all the way back here. The 2 of you will be moving with it. If it'll let me select both of your tokens. Yes, it will. Awesome. And as you grab this thing and just start sprinting away with it, this is where the Militech troops start to notice. And they say, "Freeze! That's corporate property! You don't move, we don't shoot!" And you'd obviously just ignore that and just run away with the fucking barricade. But that
just
that
when did I
is-
ever listen to a fucking corpo?
Yeah, exactly. So you yoink this away. It is clear of the road. We now go down to one of these drop troopers, this one at the far end, who is now going to start moving over to start kind of covering things. His heavy armor is weighing him down. You notice he's moving pretty sluggishly as like this giant armor jack he's wearing is kind of not letting him move super quickly. And let me see that.
Great.
Is that it? Is that's the range. So I believe here this is Red Eye's drone, yes? Red Eye, is this your drone?
Yes, that is.
Oh, good. Well, this asshole just
then-
ran into its lane of fire.
And that's a handgun check, right, to fire it?
I'll roll it for you just
Since
because
I don't have a...
It's the drone, yeah, but I've got its stats matching yours because it's got its own ammo and everything. That way it doesn't deduct from your ammo. And that's definitely going to hit, so... this is going to be damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that is going to deal some damage to this asshole. And you hear as the crack of this very heavy pistol round goes off. This asshole standing on the other end of it says, "Oh, taking fire! We're taking fire! Fire back!" And we now go down. So he moved in here, and he's, after seeing that, going to take his action to shoot it with a assault rifle. So from this distance, we're looking at a DV table confirm. We're looking at DV 16. So he is going to roll that assault rifle shot.
There we go.
And we'll fail it miserably. So yeah, it takes a shot and it just pierces the rain. You see like the shockwave through the raindrops, and it just misses the drone entirely. Next, we go to Ghost. So Ghost, it is your turn.
Alright, so I wasn't expecting things to pop off so quick. I guess we're diving head first. So another Northwest 6. Northwest 6. Or Northwest 5. Or yeah, it's 6.
6?
Sorry.
Okay. Cool. Yep, that's here. And yeah, you're looking at 8 meters, so it's DV 15 with the very heavy pistol on this thing to fire at the sky. Is that what you want to do?
Yep, let's see this armor-piercing ammo in action.
Indeed, let's. That is going to be a hit. And that's going to be 16 damage that is dealt to this guy. As he takes some damage, you just hear him say, "Cool! It's another one! Fuck, they've got drones!" And now we go to his gonk friend up here, who's going to make his 3 move and then attempt to take a shot at this drone. And it's going to be 16. So this is going to be not enough. So he takes a shot at it and fails to hit it. We now go to Geo. So Geo, seeing things start to pop off here, is going to walk up to this barricade and having more than enough body to just pick this thing up. So that was 3 of his 6 moves. So he has 3 more to spend. Because his body is so much higher than a regular person's, because surprise, surprise, he has a linear frame. He's going to just sprint with this thing and take 9 steps away. So we are going to grab this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So he's going to sprint this all the way back down here and come with it. And that'll be the end of Geo's turn. Pixel, we're on to you. Pixel.
I'm here. I was just unmuting. Takes me a slight second to open my phone. Okay, so I'm just trying to take a look here and figure out exactly what she's going to want to do.
Yep.
4, 5. Oh, shoot, it was working a second ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So can I be like under the? Whoops, sorry. Can I be under the drone, or can I occupy the same space as the drone?
Yeah. The drone is floating a couple feet over your head, so yeah, you could absolutely do that.
Okay. Or I guess where I am right now is fine. That would be 5. So if I wanted to grab the crate and just sprint out of here, could I do that for another 6?
You need to roll me an athletics check to see if you are capable of that while carrying the immense weight of this thing. Because like I said, these things are not... So unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to sprint, but you can move your remaining movement with it.
Okay, so I could go 1.
Yep, and then this will be moved with you. Yep. Cool. All right, so that's Pixel's turn. Red Eye, we're back up to you. So this is, let me see, which drone is yours? This is not yours. This is your drone. Cool. So Red Eye, what would you like to do? Oh, okay, you're looking to move there. Cool. And then take a shot at this guy, I assume? Yep, okay, cool. So we are going to roll a very heavy pistol. That is going to hit now that we're closer here. I just realized I ran a handgun check last turn, not a very heavy attack, so let's roll the damage on that. 14, not bad, not bad. And yeah, it's going to get slapped. This guy is hurting pretty badly, so he's just getting pelted with AP rounds. It's not looking great for him. So now this drop trooper is going to drop his rifle, pull out his sidearm, and he's going to take shots at this thing with a very heavy pistol. And it's still going to miss. This guy is a terrible shot. So next up, we got this guy. So you move 1, 2, 3, and he is going to attempt to do the same thing. Take a pot shot at this with his pistol. So this is going to be yeah, that will hit this time. Okay. So the damage on this. That's going to be 14 damage, and this does not have any armor on it. Yep, that's right. Okay, good. Just wanted to show that. So yeah, so that is going to deal quite a bit of damage to that drone, nearly taking it out. We are going to go then to the next drop trooper here, who's going to move 1, 2, 3, and try to finish this off with his pistol. And will just barely miss. And with that, we go to Electo. It is your turn. So you are nice and removed from the combat right now.
Yes. How far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I can't sprint up to Pixel right now, because then I won't have an action to help her move the barricade, right?
Right, yep.
So
you could sprint up to her, you just wouldn't be able to help her with that barricade. You might have to wait till your next turn and grab another one.
So what I'm thinking is, what if I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Would it be possible for me to move here and reserve my action until she moves here with it, and then I could help her? Would that be possible?
Totally, yep.
Okay. I want to do that then.
Cool, all right, so you move there. Next, Hyde, we're over to you. What would you like to do?
I'm going to use the sprint movement, double movement, to possibly get backed up against that car, the first one there in the line. I think I can get there.
Let me see.
You should be able to get there,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you totally can. Yep, so you get there. You got 3 movement left if you're sprinting.
I think I'll stick there for now.
Okay.
And then I'll just I'll wait it out and try to grab the box in my next go around.
Cool, awesome. So let me Let me just look at something here real quick before we move to the drop trooper here.
And keep in mind, I don't think we don't have to move them all the way over here. We just have to get them off the road. If we dropped them like here, I think that would be enough to get the convoy moving again.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have to bring them back here. So actually, yeah, depending on how her check goes, Pixel might not even need help because she's only 1 square away from getting it off the road anyways.
That's fair. So let me... I'm just double checking one thing here real quick. Okay, yep. So with that, so this trooper here is gonna take one more shot up at this drone using his pistol. And we'll fail it. He's a bad
Did not, in
shot.
fact, eat his Wheaties today.
I mean, this dude's also
Yeah.
bleeding all over the pavement right now, so it's not great for him.
No, that's great for him. Actually, that's really good. We should encourage him to bleed more for his health.
fair enough.
for the blood
Oh, it's medicinal.
Ghost, we're over to you now. So your drone is, I believe, this one. Yep.
Give this back more. I think I'm going to move north. No, I'm gonna move 3 spaces east, and then the other 3 spaces northeast diagonally.
Okay.
And then I want to take a shot at this guy.
Cool. Yeah, DV-15. Let's give it a shot. Yep, that will succeed. The damage coming through is 9, which may... Yeah, that's unfortunately going to just be absorbed by his armor jack. It's not quite enough to penetrate it.
Damn, AP not even hitting.
Yeah, AP only penetrates if it penetrates. So it only does that double ablation if it gets through. This guy, however, seeing this thing fly into his airspace, is going to level an assault rifle at him. And is that enough? It might be just off. Yeah, it's just off, barely. So he takes a shot and it just barely misses. Now we go to Geo. So Geo, being the Chad he is gonna go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's literally gonna walk up. He's gonna grab this box. Actually, no, he'll walk 2 steps forward here, grab this box, since Pixel's already got that one, and move this, the remaining 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get this off of the road. And then Pixel, we are over to you, so you can move that box the remaining distance that you need here.
See, I have the box, like here for good measure, right?
Like where your character currently is?
Yeah, where she's currently is.
Yeah. It's been
Just
moved
that's
under your
awful.
character. Yep.
So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and she'll ready her pistol before in the event this dude wants to come in. Actually, hold on. Can I, instead of moving 1 forward, can I move 1 diagonal, or does it all have to be 1 direction?
No. You can move, any number of directions you want to move.
That way I'm kind of in the shadow, and just ready my pistol in the event this guy wants to come and say hello. I'll be happy to fill him with more medicinal holes.
Yeah.
You know, bloodletting is very good for your health.
So the one thing is, because you moved one of these, that was your action. But being up here, you are provided a little bit of cover by this barricade. But yeah. So with that, we now go up to Red Eye. So Red Eye, your drone is awaiting, good sir.
And We're gonna go ahead and just take a pot shot at this
guy?
gonk over here.
Cool. We are looking at. Yep, that's gonna hit, and the damage is 14. Not bad at all. So yeah, that guy takes a little bit of damage. And with that, we go now to the gonk right here, who, seeing this lovely little drone, is going to take a shot at it with his assault rifle, which will still miss. Oh my god. How are you?
Militech ain't shit.
How are
They
you?
really should have paid for better training.
They really should have. Holy crap, man. Okay.
I think a runner might have stolen their training shards.
Yeah, no kidding. So he shoots at that.
This is like just balancing from all the crack shots that we got last week.
Also very true, yeah. This one is going to actually take a couple steps back and then line up a shot from there. He's going to aim at Pixel, actually, with this one, using his assault rifle. So Pixel, oh my god.
God
Let's fucking go. Except he fucking ain't. Okay, cool. So now we go to this one, who is going to shoot with his heavy pistol at this thing. The very heavy pistol says... Nope.
I disagree.
Electo, it is on to you.
Woo. Okay. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So what I want to do, so I want to move 1, 2, 3, and then from here, would I have line of sight on this goon?
From this square, like...
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I'd say so.
Okay, so I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take both shots at him, and then I'm gonna use the other 2 movement I have. Or I'm just gonna use one of it to move back here so he can't see me.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll me that first shot.
All right, come on, light rail. Let's keep up. We can do it. That's not it.
No.
Oh
That's
my
definitely
god.
not it.
It's still a 10 with a -8, though. What the Okay, cool. Yeah, so that misses. Go ahead and roll me another attack. Let's see what the second bullet does.
He hasn't had range time with his pistol yet. That's the excuse. Okay. All right. All right.
There it is.
It's just the rain. The rain is making it a little hard. You don't practice in the rain very often. Roll me that damage.
Wow.
Mud for the mud god.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, so that's not going to do jack shit against that guy, unfortunately.
Alright, so I would miss my first shot, then drive my second shot straight into his fucking armor, and then I would drop back here, and then Hyde would hear me just say, like, literally, like, what the fuck is happening?
Welcome to the world of medium armor jack.
So, yeah, I love what chat's doing right now, which is fucking gonk roll, pre-roll, gonk roll, pre-roll. So,
Sixes, what do you get for triple ones?
yeah, depression, I think, is the answer. Hyde, it is on to your turn, my friend.
Can you give me a quick reminder of if I have AP rounds in my assault rifle or not?
Let's find out. No, just basic.
Okay. So if you can set me up, let me see here. We can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So put me take me one diagonal up to the right and then one straight to the right. I'm gonna pop out right here. Yep, right there. And then I'm gonna actually auto fire the assault rifle with that guy right there. Let's see what happens.
Cool. And we're auto firing at which gonk? This closest one?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So let me.
When you realize they can't dodge bullets.
Fair enough. All right, so the auto fire. So let me just do a quick check real quick because I know the auto fire tables are a little different. All right, so we're looking at DD20 from this range, just so you're aware.
Let's toss in 3 luck. Let's see what happens.
3 luck? Okay, cool. So we're gonna roll spending 3 luck. Oh my god!
Okay.
Oh my god!
Let's fucking go.
So yeah, you're gonna nail him with every auto fire round this thing has. Multiplier
It's a
is
perfect burst.
max.
Let's put him down.
28
Holy
damage
shit.
as you rail this dude through with a barrage of bullets, and this poor asshole is very, very dead as you just run him through with a giant burst out of your gun. So yeah, that did that. Did you have any other movement you wanted to take this turn?
I'd love to get up right next to that barrier if I can. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right into the drone, I guess.
Yeah, you want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So you do that or that, either one. You'd be there.
Yeah, right there's cool. Yeah, right there.
Cool. Awesome. So that would have been the dead gonk's turn. So now we're on to Ghost. So Ghost, you've got your drone over here. What do you want to do?
I'm going to rush all 6 movement north and try and head for the flank.
Cool. All
and
right.
then shoot at the guy right here.
Cool. All right. So that is going to be a DV15. Let's see what we get. That's more than enough. Good. All right. Damage is 12. Not bad at all. That may... Yeah, but unfortunately not quite enough to pierce his thick armor. We now go to this one. So after seeing this, his friend down here get pasted, he says, "No, you fucking don't!" And he's gonna move over here and he's gonna line up on you. And he is gonna auto fire back at you. So we're gonna see if he can manage to do the bad thing. He cannot, because that range, I guarantee you, is way too close. So he's gonna spray. It's gonna fail, and now we go to Geo. So Geo, hearing the gunfire, is going to go 1, 2, 3. Let me see. 1, 2, 3.
Based on their aim, I'm surprised that guy found the select fire on his gun.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So seeing as he can't get to a box this turn, he's going to unholster the Hurricane assault gun off of his back, and he's just going to say, "Okay, let's dance, boys." And he levels it at this gonk right here. So for a shotgun, this should be very favorable, I would imagine. We're going to measure this DV. It's a 13. Very cool. So the first shot of his 2 rate of fire shotgun is a 32.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
And Geo says,
Holy shit.
"Be vaporized." So this guy is still alive. Geo now takes his second shot. And that will still hit. So we are rolling another 5d6 damage on this guy. This one will deal a little bit less damage, but he still manages to nail 2 rounds out, and you see the barrel mag just rotate as he pumps both shots down range of this guy. And with that, we go over to Pixel. It is your turn. You have access to this crate right here. Or the barricade, rather.
Yes. So she'll go ahead and move one up, maybe. There we go. Grab the crate.
Okay.
And trying to decide the best mode of action here. Yeah, so she'll go ahead and she will drag the crate. If I can get it to work. 1, 2, so that'll be 3. Right there. I don't know if you can see me.
Yep. It is there.
Yep. And then she will maybe take, wow, why is this not working? There we go. Take one step back and shoot at friend over here, unless moving the crate was my action.
Moving the crate is your action. Yeah, any turn you're moving in crate,
Okay,
it's your
cool.
action.
So then she's just gonna hide behind the crate wherever I may be able to do that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean that's the barricade right there. So you're protected-ish from these guys, but that's about it.
That's all my movement. There we go.
Cool. With that, we go over to Red Eye. So Red Eye, your drone is still flying in the sky here.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to move my drone up here to this location.
Okay. Let me. So, yep.
And then we'll just take some pop shots at this sad shit right here.
That one, awesome. Rolling up. Unfortunately, that will miss. So next we get this. Wait, which one are you? You. So this guy just sees, fuck! They moved the barricades! Retreat! I said retreat! And then with that syllable, you hear a large explosion further off what appears here to be the north end of the map. And I want everyone to roll me a perception check. Obviously, Hyde, I will roll yours.
So just as a note, I auto fire roll here on the mobile app just to deplete my ammo, and I totally crit. So I would have hit that anyway.
Oh my god. Cool. So we've got Red Eye, Hyde, Ghost, Electo, and Pixel. If you could roll me perception as well.
Fuck.
Ripperoni.
Oh yeah, side note, I changed my dice to blue so they're easier to differentiate.
All right, very cool, very cool. So
I could have failed and I got the same perception as Ghost.
That's pretty impressive, honestly. So Hyde and Pixel, you see in the color of the flames, in the light of the flames from this explosion that just rocked the back line, you see just the barest glimpse of a Sand Viper's uniform. But surprisingly, let me actually double check something here. All right. So it surprises you when you see Geo look up in the direction of the explosion and you hear him call out on the radio.
All units, I repeat, all units. We have unknown combatants on the battlefield. We have unknown combatants escape the CZ versus Alpha 7 and Beta 9er. Good job, boys. Barricades clear. Combis are moving soon.
And with that, these Militech troops look at the group of you, look back at their line, and say, fuck! Those were reinforcements! We gotta go! And they just start sprinting to like run from the battlefield, realizing like this is a lost cause. And so with that, I am going to flash us back to the splash screen here. Bear with me 2 seconds here while I just change us back to the chiller vibes. All right. So yeah, we're going to flash back to the splash screen here. And I will activate my little card here. Awesome. So with that done, so Geo looks at the group of you here and he says, "Good job, everyone. That was far cleaner than I expected. And it looks like we still even got our drones in working order." As he kind of appraises the one that's kind of sparking that actually did get shot. No chill, only Friday night firefight. Yes, Buddha Bob, absolutely. So you all kind of pull back off the road here, and you can see the combi line just start to move. And that's when you hear another explosion, and you see a fireball rising from just down the road on the south end of Little Bluff. And Geo says, again, through your radios, you can hear his voice.
All units, we have an unknown explosion. Sit rep, Eagle.
And Eagle responds on the radio.
Bossman, it's the gas station. They fucking hit the choo-choo port. I don't know what's going on.
And with that, Geo looks at the group of you and says, "I know it's a lot for me to ask you to help with our problems, but if it means anything, I'll double your payment. But we've lost way too much. Would you come with me and see what's going on here? If it's Militech again, we may just need to fight them. But those patrols should have caught any Militech stragglers, so I have no idea who that could be. Will you help us?"
I've got the flatline only one corpo today. That's not enough. Yeah, of course.
Restock the drone and I'm in.
I'll stick it to any corp I'm hired to take down.
Money.
Yes, money.
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 Makes the world go
Money.
round, the world go round.
So, before we start moving, though, I will go up to the one poor fuck I decided to lay down on the asphalt there and rifle through his belongings and see what he's got on him.
For sure. So you find another radio communicator on him. He's got, obviously, his assault rifle, a very heavy pistol. He's got a Bowie knife, which is a medium melee weapon. And that assault rifle of his pretty well full, almost 24 rounds out of the 25. And he had another 15 rifle rounds in his pockets.
So, if you don't mind, if you can add that Bowie knife since it's concealable, I will totally take that.
Sure.
And I'll take his radio communicator, and I will leave it on the current channel that it's on, so I can give back the one that I borrowed.
All right. Very cool. So we got that. We got the... And you said you wanted to just take the medium melee weapon, not the rifle or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the extra rounds and reload my gun with them to a point, so whatever 5 rounds I use, I'll just take 5 out of 15 and reload it really quick so I don't use my own ammo.
Cool.
But other than that...
Did you want to unload his gun?
Oh yeah, sure, why not?
Yep.
Take the clip, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll take those into your inventory there. So now you should have 106 rifle rounds there. And,
plenty.
We'll reload that. Awesome. Cool. So with that done there, so everyone is in agreement that you're down to help Geo with his problem here?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. So he says, all right, everyone, get in my car. We'll drive in. And he again calls out across the radio.
All all units. Blue team and I are going to go investigate the explosion. Eagle, Red, Gold, all of you secure our routes out of here. Make sure no other corporates make it in here. I want this to be clean. I want this to be professional. Do you all understand? And then you all hear, yeah, hard copy, boss man, we got you.
And as you all get into his very nice looking, this is probably for the time of 2045 what would be considered as vintage a car as you get. This thing's easily from the 2020s. It's a 5-star. And so as you guys pile in, he starts the engine and starts driving toward the fuel station, and he looks back at you all and he just says, "Thanks again for helping me with this, Chooms. You almost remind me of a crew I used to run with, and life has its way of making us all walk our separate paths. I just am glad yours crossed mine." And with that, he looks forward.
I love killing corpos.
And so with that, you all head towards this Choo-Choo station. So let me set the scene up here real quick for us before I land you guys on the board. And cool. So that's all ready.
Yeah, and to chat to Mark, who said, "Sad news, the assault rifle's barrel is clearly bent. Yes, that's why I did not take his gun."
Assault rifles aren't cheap. They're 500 eddies a pop.
It's all good. I don't need to carry somebody's gun who apparently can't hit anything.
It's fair, yeah. So, I'm going to pull all you guys up where you essentially get out of Gio's car here, so bear with me just a moment.
I would reload my pistol on the way.
Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead, everyone. If you want to reload your guns or whatever, feel free to do that on your sheets. You're more than allowed to do that.
Yeah, I remember asking them to refill the drones because I know I think they have clips in, and I don't know how much they have in stock.
Yeah, well, the drones are tied to a mobile architecture that would have been just off the map that you guys could have seen. So it's not something you'll be able to stay plugged into for this next encounter. This is going to be a different field because they basically have a mobile server. Yeah. Yep. So with that, we are going to activate this in about 2 seconds here. I just need to set the right ambience here. Rain. Save. Cool. So we are going to just set this up right away here with combat music because what you guys come in on is not good. So let me grab bear with me just a moment here, guys. I'm so sorry, but we will be there in just a second.
I'm assuming as we pull up, we can see signs of general commotion that is probably not inclined to be favorable towards us.
Yeah, so as you pull up, so let me describe kind of what you're seeing as I wait to activate the scene. So as you pull up, you see the pumps at this Choo-Choo fueling station have a column of smoke just rising up from flames that are set on them. As these appear to be what exploded, and you could just barely make out the form of a crashed combi that is burning on the other side from where you guys are approaching. So you see this thing crashed into one of the pumps, lit a flame, the whole thing's smoking, and on your side of things, in front of the rising fire, you see a man with 2 cyber arms, 2 cyber legs, and the glare of red glow from two cyber eyes looking at you. And you could just see, in addition to the rain, he appears to just be weeping blood from his eyes as you pull up. And that is where we activate this scene.
So as soon as we'd see that, Electo would say, like, I fucking told you this would happen. Edge running's the one job where you can count on nothing going the way it's fucking supposed to.
Yep. So welcome to our little fight here. So I want everyone to immediately go ahead and roll me initiative here.
Oh. Okay.
And then all right,
Hyde.
Hyde is on it.
Crit and beat his fucking crit. God damn.
Happening again. I crit failed into a 0.
Oh, good.
-1 initiative.
So Hyde, as you emerge, as all of you emerge out of the 5-star and pile up to the burning gas station here, you hear this man who is not a Militech soldier, I might add. He is not wearing anything Militech. He looks like a typical nomad wearing nomad leathers. And you just hear him scream across this expanse at you. My little girl died because of your inaction. You're all going to get fucking wasted. I'm going to vaporize your flesh. I'm going to paint with your blood. And we start there with you, Hyde. What are you doing?
Well, there is like 0 cover between me and this psycho, so
yep.
Let's get closer.
Let's get closer. I love that response. Okay, cool.
I mean, even if there was cover, these things are long gone and there's fire, so like there's nothing to hide behind at this point. It's just time to circle this guy and shoot him down. So let's go ahead. Where am I at? Is it
right here?
Let's move up 5. Why not? 5.
5 diagonal toward him.
Let's go 4 diagonal toward him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's see what that leaves me, because I'm a little bit lagged behind here because I have to watch the streams do this.
Yeah, so. You're good. Yeah, you're at 8 meters distance currently.
Let's take it 1 back, and we're gonna pop a shot at this guy right away.
Sure. All right, so 10 meters. And pop a shot, I assume, with your assault rifle?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, cool.
Bob's rooting for the psycho. All right.
Let's go psycho. Oh, good lord. Hold on. I'm going to just double check that this hits, but I believe it does. Yes, it does from here. So you will be rolling. Oh, and I forgot. Because this exploded, I need to do something here real quick. Cool. All right. So that's an 18. So this guy is going to start the fight having already suffered 18 damage. Which I'll just manually calculate here real quick. Cool. All right. So now with that, we roll your damage here. That's a 14 on this guy. Not bad. So we're opening the fight good. So the Nomad Psycho, you level your shot at him, take it, and he just takes the hit. Oh, you're first. And he charges at you. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he bears a, basically you hear almost like a gagging sound come from this guy's throat. You just hear, and then this tentacle shoots up and attempts to just bite your face off, essentially.
Yep, I know what this is, and I've faced it once many times.
Bad touch.
Yeah. So this dude's using a cyber snake.
Yeah.
So he's coming at you for 24 with his cyber snake.
Wah, 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 wah.
On a 7?
On a 7.
Oh, he big. He big boy. He do big numbers.
Big
That
numbers.
boy ain't right. I agree.
Mark of Cordia. That boy ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
So yeah.
Why are you more eels?
Base 17. Jesus
So the
Christ.
evasion roll for you there, Cody, is not gonna quite cut it.
I didn't think it
Something wrong with that.
So he is gonna deal you 15 points of damage. So
That's correct.
that ignores your half of your armor. Yes. So yeah, he's gonna do that. We now go to Electo. So Electo, you see this horrible thing happen where this dude's basically his esophagus just dislodges and bites at Hyde's like neck essentially, and it's just like barely deflected by his armor.
Wonderful. I'm gonna, let's see, where am I? Yeah, I'm still at DB15 here. So you know what? I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and now I'm gonna shoot him twice.
Okay.
Or actually, I'll just finish my movement out here and then shoot him twice.
Just like I'm not gonna get hit by that fucking thing.
I'm not getting close to him. Fuck that.
All right. Cool. So he's gonna try to evade you now.
Hot.
Will not succeed. Go ahead and roll me the damage. Oh, that's a critical
Get
hit.
fucked. Get fucked.
Let's fucking
Oh,
go.
yeah. And now we roll the crit injury on that. You break his leg. Oh, that's good.
Fuck yeah.
With the telling
Get
time
fucked.
to run away.
Yep. So now he's down to half his normal movement with that. And actually, I should have calculated something else here as well. All right, cool. So yeah, this guy is now badly wounded as you all just kind of like tear into him with your shots. Electo, you can take that second shot then. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm going to. Oh. Ah, alright. Well, that's still good.
A 20? Yeah, 20 is pretty good. Hold on. Evasion. Yeah, you're going to hit. Go ahead and roll me the damage. Cool. That is probably not going to be enough to hurt him, but
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do anything.
yeah, so that one just bounces off his armor. We now go to Geo, who is going to rush out and just level his Constitution arms and try to fuck this guy up. So it'll be a 15 against evasion. Oh, that's big. Okay. So Geo takes a shot here. And it'll be 16 damage against this guy. And oh, hold on. I want to just target him. Apply the damage. Yes. And we then go to the second shot by Geo here. And that is going to be... Oh, I should have probably checked for the evasion first here.
Oh.
I will hold that.
I hope he
if-
doesn't evade that.
He does, unfortunately.
Oh, damn it.
Sorry, guys. Yep. Pixel, we're on to you.
Okay, I'm gonna move over kind of the same direction as wow, Maya's new character's name. I am not
Electo.
remembering things well tonight. Electo,
Yeah.
thank you. I tried to say Alexa, and that's not right.
That's not quite it.
No, and I didn't really want to summon Jeff Bezos, so I
You're
wasn't
also
gonna
going
say.
to summon everybody else's devices.
Yeah, only done that a couple times. I'm trying to not be on top of you. There we go. And then I will also take a shot. I mean, like, we can totally get on top of each other later, but right now we're being shot at and it's dangerous. But I'll happily introduce you to Heavy Rail later if you want.
Damn.
All right. So what's
All right, I'll go ahead and take a shot.
Yep. What's the shot? 21.
Is it
Not
up?
bad. Not bad. The evasion on this. Yeah, it's not enough. Go ahead and roll me the damage.
Cool.
Very cool.
All right, second shot.
All right. And this guy's going to roll evasion.
Whee!
And yep, just
No.
barely manages to still get hit here. Go ahead and roll me the damage on that.
Oh, still get hit. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was
still
like,
hit.
no.
Yep. Oh,
Fuck yeah.
hello. What the hell? All right. Well, so that's four. Oh. Uh-oh. This guy's in danger. So first of all, let's go ahead and assess his critical injuries, shall we? Broken ribs this time. Okay.
He
He can't move. He's just can't move now.
Yeah. So he is at negative health, but because he is a cyber psycho and he's a pain editor, he doesn't even succumb to this. So you can see him bleeding all over the pavement, and he is not done yet. Red Eye.
He's not dying?
Red Eye is your turn.
I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm gonna level my City Hunter at him.
Okay.
Take a couple shots.
Yep.
That's not what we want to see.
That's not what you want to see. Yeah, no. That will not hit him. Go ahead and roll me a second attack.
Damn. That's
17.
better.
That's a little better. Yeah, let's check the evasion on that, shall we? That will not be enough. Go ahead and roll me the damage.
Thank God.
7, okay. Not too bad. Let's see. Yep, that will still deal some damage to him. So we now go down to Ghost.
Alright, so I'm going to run around there and take a shot from close range, and I am going to aim for the head.
Okay, yep.
Going to take the aim shot, and I'm going to sink. I think 5 luck should be nice.
Okay. $15, not bad at all for a headshot. Let's go ahead and see what his evasion looks like, shall we? Not enough. Go ahead and roll me damage. $15 to his head.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that's the good
There's
stuff.
no way.
So
There's
yeah,
no way this dude lives.
that goes to his head. That also, I believe, will incur us a... or no, it doesn't incur us a critical injury because you didn't roll 2 6s. But still, that's a lot. That is a lot of damage. So with that now, we go back up to Hyde. So Hyde, what are you doing to this guy?
Oh, no.
So at this point, I'm just gonna sort of look at him, sort of like one knee down on the ground here, still dodging my bullets, putting the assault rifle back over my back, and pull out the plumbing.
Okay.
And we're just gonna swing at him with the fucking pipe at this point. He wants to smack me with a snake. I'm gonna hit him with the goddamn pipe.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, roll me the, let's see what the melee attack is here. So, or it's not medium melee, it'll be, where is your lead pipe? There it is.
Might as well, you can name that on my sheet after this session as the plumbing. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so lead pipe says, So he has to take an evasion because Actually, there should be no mods on this because he's ignoring all of this. So.
Oh.
Yep. So that is not great. He will evade that first swing.
I would like to understand how he dodges the pipe when he is basically on the floor. I guess I'm just bad.
Yeah, he still has enough in him to get around it. So evasion, mods 0. Let's go. He manages to dodge it.
Damn.
And so with that, I'm gonna look at him and go, nope, no more snakes, and I'm gonna back up as much as I can.
So you got a move of 5. So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's raining. Slippery grip is right.
And so he, seeing you run from him, he grins. He says, "What? Too much of a pussy?" And he is going to roll a death save for us here real quick. So the death save here.
Die, motherfucker.
Nope. Still
His
in
body
it.
is gigantic. There ain't no way.
What?
Oh. Still in it. So he says, "Hey, you two back there, catch." And you see a pop-up grenade launcher extend up from his arm. Pixel and Electo. And actually these two up here, Ghost, you're going to be in this as well. He fires a grenade. Because this is going to be... Let me just confirm real quick. But I do believe this is going to
So
be...
am I rolling evasion to try and get out of the way of the direct impact because he's trying to hit them?
Yeah, well, he's centering this here. So he's going to roll the attack first. So let me... Because, yeah, this is circle. Yeah, that's well within the burst of this. So, because let me just check one thing here real quick to make sure that I got this measured correctly. But as I recall, range combat, give me explosives. So explosives do a 10 meter by 10 meter area. So in other words, let me clear that real quick. So 10 meters is this. So he is gonna take himself and back up prior to doing this because he doesn't have that graded at this. But then he is gonna fire that grenade. So
Jesus Christ.
Wait, he moved 2 squares and he has a broken leg and broken ribs. How bad does that hurt?
It's just 2 squares. 2 squares
It's
doesn't
if you
hurt.
move more than 2 squares.
Yep. Yep. So let me undo the target on that. And then he's going to fire this pop-up grenade launcher. Because he's a pain editor, he does not take the mods. And that will be a 21, which, as I recall, for that distance is more than enough. So that is what you are all rolling evasion against. So I will roll for Geo, Pixel, Electo, and Ghost. Please all roll me evasion checks against 21.
I'm putting all 3 of my luck into this, Jesus.
I'm using.
Yeah, I'm putting their 2 luck into this.
Oh no, bro.
Electo is out. Cool.
You guys even have to pull it into your own face.
Pixel is out. Geo is not out. And Ghost is out. Oh my
This
god.
is fucking clear.
So all of you who just rolled that evasion, move your tokens somewhere outside of this blast radius. That's the way evasion works for these. Yeah, so just on the edge of the blast radius. So like Pixel, you do it. And then, yeah, then Ghost, you'd be like, awesome. So Geo will be taking this hit, unfortunately. So...
Holy fuck.
That's hot.
Rip NPC, man.
He's still alive.
He's like-
fine.
Damn, what the fuck is he wearing? Tungsten?
Geo's a beefy motherfucker, man.
Geo's got that linear frame Sigma in him, so...
Did you just not see him carry that funky carrier?
What was that?
Did you guys just not see him literally just like sprint away with that concrete barrier?
Yeah,
earlier?
like literally he has body 12. Like he's fine. Electo, we're over to you now. Now that that lovely blast is done here.
Okay, so I'm gonna move up to here. I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
$19.
All right. So he's going to attempt to evade this. Ooh.
That's
Big! Yeah, let's go
Big
ahead and
oof.
roll that damage. All right. Yep. So that'll be 6. And so, yeah, that is going to take him a chunk of his health. Go ahead. Next up here. Yeah, go ahead and roll me that second attack that I know you got Bruin already.
Yep.
21, still really good. Okay. He does not evade. Go ahead and roll me the damage.
Bam, bam. Damn, I'm not rolling that great on damage tonight.
Still enough to chip away at his health here. So with that, we now go
And then
down.
I've got 3 move left.
Yep.
So I'm gonna
you can
go
take it.
1, 2. I'm gonna open this door and then
Yep.
go 3.
Cool. All right, and so we have Geo here, and he says, "Brother, I'm so sorry, but it's time to take you out." And he's gonna level that Constitution Arms assault gun here, and he is going to roll evasion for us. Does not succeed in evading.
That's a lot of damage.
Geo will take this guy out with that last shot as he passes
Oh, thank God.
his negative critical wound threshold. So with a wet splash, both from his blood and the rain, you see the Psycho flatline and is dead. And so we now go back to our far more atmospheric vibes here. So he is dead. Inside, you could see many dead people that he apparently got to before you guys could arrive here. You do see the nomads begin to circle up from the other teams as Geo reports over the radio yet again.
All teams, it was a cyber psycho. I think he lost his goal in a crash. We took care of him. Rendezvous at the fueling station. We'll see you here in a few minutes.
And with that, the combat concludes.
Oh, thank God.
I kind of want to see what he's got on him.
I know, I was gonna say loot.
All right, well, Maya, I will drag you over to him.
Yeah,
So-
let's see what he's got.
So I assume you're going to just run your tech scanner over him to see exactly what's in there.
Yeah.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a... I'll have you go ahead and roll me a cyber tech check, and you can use your field expertise.
Neat.
I'm just gonna say dibs on the pain editor, but that's just because I need it.
Parts is parts, people is people, dead people is parts, says chat.
I rolled a 14.
Yeah, well, you've got your tech scanner, so the good news is it's going to start feeding back some of the data your eyes would have missed anyway. So that's the advantage of using tools. Sometimes they'll tell us some things. So, as one might expect, this dude is loaded up with chrome. Like, we're talking, this dude is a fucking classic car with all the chrome he's got inside him. So, like I've said before, 2 cyber arms, 2 cyber legs, 2 cyber eyes, And he's got some neural wear because that's the pain editor. So you pick up all kinds of shit on this guy. Grafted muscle bone lace, a cyber snake, subdermal armor, a pain editor, a chipware socket that it's slotted to, the neural link, the 2 cyber legs, a jump booster, wolvers, a pop-up shotgun, a pop-up grenade launcher, and yeah, that pretty much accounts for all of it. In addition to all of those things, he has 1 more armor-piercing grenade. He has several shotgun slugs on him, and yep, that's it.
Okay, hold on. Let me run this past you. I've got 2 cyber arms, 2 cyber legs, 2 cyber eyes, subdermal armor, chipware, paint editor, jump booster, wolver, pop-up shotgun, pop-up grenade launcher, an AP grenade, and shotgun slugs. Did I miss anything?
Oh, did you get the grafted muscle bone lace and the cyber snake?
No. Okay, hold on. Grafted.
So is this being read aloud by something? Because there's something in that pack that I really want dibs on.
Even if it wasn't read aloud, I would be reading it aloud. Cyber snake.
Okay, I call dibs on those legs and those jump boosters. I could hit the moon with those.
If it's not too much of a problem, I would like those cyber arms.
Ooh, baby.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to write down a list of what everybody wants. So, Ghost, you wanted the legs and the jump boosters, right?
Yes, sir.
So I will mention this. In order to extract these things from this guy, it's going to take someone who can do, it's going to take a cyberware check, essentially, to try and extract them from this guy.
Or, we just have Geo throw him in his car and we take it to a local Ripper talking just for us.
What I was thinking.
Yeah, and so as Geo kind of sees you all salivating over this guy's chrome, he walks up and says, Chooms, I knew this guy. Can we chill with the cutting him to pieces bit just for now?
I patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Choom, that part comes later. You won't have to see that.
Yeah, but because he just is like, he literally gestures down at Electo with her tech scanner, literally trying to read off what all this guy has in him. That's the first thing she did after he keeled over.
Well, he knew him, we didn't.
I don't know who this fucker is.
We'll preserve the body for the funeral.
Whatever's not chrome.
Oh my God. Whatever's left.
Yeah, whichever 5 centimeter section of this guy isn't Borgware.
Look.
Oh, jeez.
You gotta do what you gotta do to survive in Night City.
It's enough to put in the bottom of an urn and call a memorial. It's not like anybody's gonna open it to check, right?
Either we're gonna take the chrome, or some scav gangers are gonna take the chrome.
I mean, I'm having flashes of the Made in Abyss movie going through my head right now with the way we're talking about this body.
Oh my God.
So, yeah. The dark future.
Not good.
Yeah, not at all. So
exactly. Goblins are in fact going to loot.
Nice, very empath. Yeah. So,
why do you think I went to therapy? Jesus.
That's fair. That is fair. So with that, are you guys just gonna ask Geo if you can load this guy up on his car?
Yeah, and I'm at the point where if he says no, then he says no, and I'm not gonna push him on it.
I'm going to attempt to take him with the promise that we will
return what's left in her. We're not just going to take him forever.
And Geo looks at the group.
He's got to go to a Ripper to get start cremated anyways, because they can't cremate cyberware.
Right, exactly. So he looks at you all, hearing that request essentially, and says, "All right. I mean, I assume between you and Royal, you'll have a Ripper you could trust, and that would be kind enough to get me his remains back, whatever's left. I just, he didn't deserve this. His girl didn't deserve this. And he casts a glance up at the burning car that you all see in the background there. But with that he says, look, let's rendezvous back at our camp. We can load him in the car in the 5-star and we'll get out of there.
So I'll give Gio
sounds good to me.
look. I'll give Gio a look and go, I understand that he was a friend, but know this. Every part we salvage from this friend of yours is going to be used to help for the greater good of Night City and fuck these corpos even more.
He looks like somberly at you. He nods. He says, you're probably right. And he glances at all of you. He says, I just hope this isn't you in the future. And with that, he uses his very strong body that he's got from the linear frame, just hoists the Cyber Psycho full of chrome onto his shoulder and just hoists this body over to the back of his car.
And as he would do that,
What a
I
Chad.
would mutter under my breath, like, in the future. It already has been.
Yeah. So with that, he loads you all back up. So I'm going to move us back to our splash screen here. So he gets you all back in the 5-star. He takes you back to the Nomad camp, not too far away. And essentially moves the body in this guy from his 5-star over into Marmot's car. He says, Marmot will set you guys back home. Make sure Royal knows how much I appreciate you all coming out here and helping. Thank you for staying. Thank you for fighting one of our own when it wasn't your fight. I will make sure the other nomads hear of this. Make sure you always have friends in the Badlands. And if you need something, you have friends you can call on. At this point, and Cody, I will do this for you, all of you can put down in your notes that Marmot and Gio are both friends of yours. And you may also note that your reputation has gone up to 4 for this gig that you have done today.
And how would you spell Marmot?
M-A-R-M-O-T.
Got it. And we have how much reputation?
4.
What's reputation do?
So reputation is if you ever want to stare down someone and say, you fuck off right now, the reputation backs your words up. Like suddenly you are a bigger badass because you got your name is already on their lips before you walked in the room, basically.
You walk up in the club and everybody go, oh shit.
Oh, cool.
Or,
Yeah.
I'm boss, back off, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm the captain now, and they will say, yes, captain. Like, that is the way that ends up to working out. So, so that will, and as he says this to you, he does hand each of you 1,000 decks, doubling your payment for what Royal has promised. And he tells you Royal will pay you out the rest, I'm sure, when you get back to the club. But you've all earned this. Thank you so much for your help.
We'll be in touch.
I look forward to it.
Yeah,
And,
call me anytime, Jim.
And with that, he gives you one last grin, nod. He says, Marmot, get these fine folk back to the city. They've deserved their rest and a strong drink. And with that, the rest of the nomads pack their cars up. Marmot gets you and the Cyber Psycho in his. And you all take your time getting back to the city here, back to Inferno. On the way there, obviously, you stop off by Push, being the local Ripper Doc for the district that Inferno resides in. He is offloaded, and needless to say, Push, when he sees this, says, oh, You brought me a big job this week. And he basically, Marmot just tells him, just make sure whatever's left of him that isn't salvageable cyberware, cremate, put it in an urn. We'll be back for it when you're done. Just give me a call. Flashes in his deets, and then takes the rest of you on from there to Inferno, where you all get out. And Marmot says, again, guys, thank you. Thank you, Chooms. We really wouldn't have been able to do that as cleanly without you all.
Just give him a clean nod and walk on into the club.
Yep. And so he...
Oh, wait, and then I would tell him, like, if you come across any stuff that needs fixed and you're in the city, hit me up.
He says, I'll definitely do that. Thank you. And he gives you a grin, and he waves to y'all, and then he drives off into the rainy night. The rest of you are greeted by Arnold, and he uncharacteristically is grinning himself and says, I hear you got good news waiting for you inside. Go on in, and lets you all past him down into the now very lively club, contrasted to the, obviously very dead version of it you saw earlier at 3 o'clock this afternoon. By now it's about 10 o'clock, you would estimate, after that drive back from the Badlands. And you all head down into the club. Royal greets you. He grins from his VIP booth, sends the women that are surrounding him almost eternally there away. He steps up, walks out to meet you, and sits down at the bar next to you and says, the drinks are on me. The Eds are in for the job. I've already got word that caravan is blazing a trail right back to us here in the city. The goods are rolling in, and I hear you guys had to even take down a cyber psycho from some messages I'm getting from Geo. So I want to add a little sweetener of my own. He told me he paid you a little extra. I feel inclined to do the same. And with that, on top of each stack of eddies that he hands to each of you, there is a small, it looks like it's a key card, basically. And the only thing on it, there's no words. On the back, you would just see your typical like blank white, like an RFID card. On the front, it is black with a single neon bright blue image of a human brain. And he says, these go by a couple of different names. I prefer to call them badass passes. If you've got one of these, you are a certified badass in the Inferno. And now that isn't just empty platitudes. It comes with fucking perks. First of all, that armory that I let you into last time so we could divvy out your goods, well, that is it's a little bit of a storefront. Sparks runs it. The edge runners that have a rep here, we let them buy goods from there. Now, obviously, we don't have everything all the time. We do have the same supply constraints the rest of the city does. We do try to save the good shit for our runners. So as a courtesy to you, I will let you know when that good shit arrives so that you can buy it if you're so inclined. The second thing this is going to get you is access to the bunker here. Yours to use as you need it. That key card will let you in through the lock. You can hide out there if you're ever in danger, ever need somewhere to tuck and run. Inferno is your safe haven. And the third, and probably most important thing that this gets you access to, is the exclusive meeting that I set up between just the badasses of Night City and my fixer friends. This next little night market we're throwing together is going to be a big one. As I'm sure you saw, that line ran for miles and miles and miles, and it's full of all kinds of good shit from all up and down the West Coast here. And of course, where there's goods, there are fixers, and usually the pretty powerful ones only gather when it's worth their money. This is worth their money. So consider you my personal guests at the Midnight Market we'll be hosting in about a week's time, once this is all said and done and we've got the deets hashed out, the prices set. But if you're looking for something nice and shiny, some a little pricey or hard to come by, well, there's no better place than a Midnight Market to find exactly that kind of chrome, that kind of merch. These are your passes into such a place.
Yes.
I'll just sort of look at it, put it in my pocket, and I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna be like, so yeah, about those drinks.
Yeah, and he says, "Oh, don't worry. Well, I'll make sure you're well taken care of." And he raises a hand to get the bartender's attention. But really didn't need to. He says, "Luke, these chooms, my tab tonight. Make sure they get nice and drunk. Find someone pretty to dance with. They earned their celebration." And with that, he stands up. He says, "You all have a very fun night." And he walks back to his VIP booth, surrounded by the women there. And with that, we come to the functional end of episode 3. Congratulations, everybody. You did a wonderful
And
job.
What was the total payout from Royal?
He paid you 1,000 as he agreed he would at the start. Gio paid you 1,000 as well for his part for doing good by him and his Nomad crew.
All right.
Yep. So that'll do it there. As far as IP goes, so we'll talk that real quick here. To the whole crew, actually, I'm going to award 80. You guys secured every objective and did it flawlessly. Honestly, I don't think you could have done much better than that. No one even really, other than Hyde, I think, even really got injured. So you guys,
I don't think I got hit at all.
I didn't get even touched.
yeah, like that went about as flawlessly as you can. So 80 IP to everyone as a group IP award here. And the bonus IP this week, we are going to give, let me just review something here real quick. So the bonus IP this week, I'm going to award to Hyde for straight up just charging a cyber psycho. I'm giving you 20 extra IP.
Yeah.
That
Very
is
deserved.
that takes balls.
You gotta play tank for the party, man. You can't just let them hit your squishies.
Bro had the tank buster mark.
Yeah, so we're giving you 20 for that. I'm gonna give 10 to Pixel for forcing the Valley Girl roleplay at the beginning here for the crowd. That I think deserves a little bit of a bonus.
Very deserved also.
And I will also award 10 to Electo for having some just god tier tech rolls that will basically lead to you guys getting a ton of extra chrome here before the night markets even happened. So that is something that I will also grant to you.
Oh, I'm doing it in my ledger right now.
Cool. Awesome.
Have to do some math for next session because I have a feeling I can up my combat awareness.
Right now you're at 240 improvement points after all of that.
And how many per level of roll? I forget.
It's 60 times the level you're trying to buy. So for rank 5, you'd be looking at 300.
Next
So
session. Maybe.
After
Let's
next
go.
session, you should be able to do it. But yeah, any last minute things that we want to do before we wrap episode 3 here?
So Hyde's armor got hurt, right?
I got
believe-
left for once.
I believe, yeah, Hyde was the only one who got hurt this whole session.
Yeah. So I would like Electra's not gonna stay. She's not a social person at all. So I don't think she would have even touched the drink. She would as she was leaving, she would walk past Hyde and like tap him on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, swing by if you need that repaired." And then as she passed by Red Eye, she would just say, "Text me later," as she leaves.
Yeah, and he just gives a quiet nod.
Very good. All right. So as we go through that, so Electo, you leave Inferno, head back home.
Yep.
The rest of you, do you stay and party, or what's everyone else doing here as we kind of wind down the session?
If you think Pixel is saying no to a party, you're wrong.
I didn't think that in the slightest. I just wanted to
I
confirm.
know, but I'm just saying to anyone out there who's like, yeah, Pixel's gonna go home early. I don't know what stream you've been watching. So she's gonna have the
Ghost, on the other hand, is heading over early.
Yeah, Red Eye's just gonna just sneak his way out.
Yeah, okay. So, Hyde and Pixel, you two are the ones who are left partying here. So, I know, yeah, and Pixel, you're probably, if I know you well enough, you're going to find someone pretty out on the whatever kind of dance floor they've got here. And
You clearly don't know her that well because she has already found someone pretty to, like, she already has her sights on someone.
Yeah, no, I figured it was only a matter of time. And you can even see... You can even see, like, the bartender as he, like, brings you your drink. Like, he's giving you a suggestive look, but he can already tell, like, you've got your eye on someone else. And he says, have fun. And he, slides the drink over to you and moves to the next patron. And Hyde, you... I assume we're going to enjoy your drink, and then are you going to kind of follow suit on that, or what are you up to?
More or less, my plan is I look for the most combat ready people in the joint, and I'll typically sit by them and I'll shoot the shit, tell the stories of past jobs, what I just did tonight if they don't know already.
Yeah.
And just
talk your big game.
And enjoy my time, not get too sloshed because I do have to walk home later, which is going to suck.
Right.
But whatever.
Right. Yeah, but so you're just enjoying the socializing. You're not looking to get with anyone in particular. You're just looking to shoot the shit and make contacts.
No, I'm just thinking about getting my hands on the cyberware from the Psycho earlier.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure that's probably got you just about salivating. So, yeah, and then Pixel, you find several very pretty people that would all catch your eye. And you spend most of the night just kind of flitting around trying to find like one in particular that you're like, yeah, you know what, tonight you're the one. And you manage to, get a very nice looking chrome skinned lithe dancer type to leave the club with you at the end of it all. And it doesn't matter if you're in a cube or not. They don't even flinch when they realize that's where they're going. They just follow you home. And
yeah, that is correct.
The night is yours. Yeah, so
Pixel is hot shit. If she wants to bid you in the alley, you go.
Yeah.
You can just say it.
Yeah.
She knows.
She knows. So
her daddy paid a lot of money for that body. She knows.
She knows. So with that, so we are going to begin wrapping the session here. So Pixel, we know what you're up to as you lay your head down tonight. Someone is going with you there. Hyde.
Scratcher. She had an itch. She needed it to be scratched. She found someone who's capable. She's good.
Yeah. And so she introduced them to Heavy Rail, which is all that matters. Yeah.
That's all that matters, is that Heavy Rail has a new friend to play with. For now. So Hyde, when you finally get done with your night of drinking, shooting the shit with some of these solos in Inferno, which it is a solo club, so like there's some pretty formidable people, and even there, like some of the more badass people there look on with a bit of amazement as you kind of describe the ease with which this psycho went down. And they definitely like raise a couple glasses to you throughout your story. And by the time you go home, you feel, like I said, you started the session doing therapy and you felt healthier than you had in a really long time. And you leave the bar feeling probably more happiness and fulfillment than you have in a very long time. Like you finally are doing something that you were really meant to do. Like it's finally clicking into place here for the first time in a while.
No, that's definitely what I was gonna just say. Like the entire time he's gonna walk home, and he's just gonna sort of have that sort of dumb smile on his face, like, holy shit, this is what I wanted to do when I came here from the floating city in the goddamn first place.
Yep. No, absolutely.
And gonna get back to the crate, kick off his shoes when he gets into his and track muddled over the fucking crate,
Yeah.
And then he'll lay down and he'll fall asleep, expecting, that maybe one day he'll actually sleep through the night and not have to worry about the goddamn constant bickering of nightmares and past trauma. That's not going to be the case, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say tonight though, the nightmares do get quieter than they've been in a long time. They're far more bearable, and you get the sense that maybe someday soon that won't have to be the nightly conversation you have with yourself. So let's go to the three that ducked out of partying a little early. So Ghost, Redeye, and Electo. Let's start with Ghost here, just because you're on the left of my screen. What are you doing as, I guess, you go home and get home and kind of prepare for going to bed?
Getting home, tossing all of his stuff at the foot of his bed, flopping down and dreaming of those, kind of wiggling his toes, dreaming of those sweet new legs and how high he'll be able to jump with those boosters.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Redeye, what about you? What are you doing as you get home and start to unwind from the day? Uh-oh. Redeye, I assume you're indisposed at the moment?
Yeah, I just had something to take care of real quick, but we good. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
So, as he gets home, he realizes what time it is, and he just shoots a quick text to Electo, like she asked him to that evening, just to see what's up.
Oh shit. Sorry, I was spacing out. I'm in Yodi land right now. So you texted me like I asked you, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, she would respond like, "Hey, now's not a good night, but let's talk about her sometime this week."
And just general responses, more somber than he'd like to admit, but he's just, all right, it is pretty heavy, but whenever you're ready.
I've just got questions.
And I've got answers. I understand.
Very cool.
And yeah, she wouldn't respond after that.
Yep.
And after that, he just he doesn't really do anything else. He doesn't let himself get lost in his ambition. Again, he just lays down and does his best to go to sleep.
Cool. All right. Yeah, and so you start to try and fall asleep. And then Electo, I assume that's the first part of like what you were doing as you get home, is have that little exchange. Was there anything additional you do as you prepare for bed at the end of the night?
Yeah, actually, amend it. She would swing by the short circuit first before going home.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you
And she would use
pop out of one
their
club and back
BD
to
suite.
another. Okay.
and watches the BD, and then goes home.
Okay. Very cool. Yep. So, let me check one thing here, just real quick. Regarding the BD there, because I know
I think I don't know if I have to say what BD it is.
you don't know, but there's fun fact, there are costs for services.
Yeah, thanks
believe that.
thanks for tuning in, Mark. I got you in chat there. It says, he said, "Peace out, you rock stars. Catch you again another day."
Yeah,
next
thank
Monday,
you.
Same time.
Yeah, next Monday, if you missed any part of tonight, we'll have it up on YouTube here in just the next day or two. So definitely look for that. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Feel free, if you didn't already, I didn't think I saw you follow. So if you want to follow us here, feel free to. We do this every Monday. But yeah, we'd love to have you back. But yeah, let me check real quick here, because there is an appendix somewhere here. of services and entertainment. Here we go. Yeah, so the brain dance will just run you like 20 eddies. You literally pay out 20 eddies to do whatever brain dance you're doing. And then, yeah, find your way home at the end of it, essentially.
Okay.
So it's at this point, I want to do two things real quick here. Let me just check one thing, because what I'm about to do is going to be tailored to a couple of people. Okay. So the one little wrinkle I'm going to throw in at the end of this day for some of you. Ghost and Hyde. You both, as you just beginning to drift off to sleep that night, hear your agents give you a little ping alerting you of a new message. And the sender is masked, they're unknown, they are unknowable. But what they send each of you, to you, Hyde, you see an image of several people that are bound with rope and duct tape. And you recognize them almost immediately. These are the people that you've been trying to find on and off for the last several years, your original family. And all that's attached to this message is a set of coordinates. And to you, Ghost, the lover that went missing all those years ago, mysteriously vanished without a trace. You get a similar image of her, bound, rope, and duct tape, and a set of coordinates. And both of you just get one follow-up message to that says, "We'll be waiting." And with that, I would like to conclude episode 3 of Neon Inferno. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, players, for playing.
How did you time that so perfectly with the ending to that song?
Yeah, damn.
Like, that was perfect ambiance for that reveal as well. Like
it's something that I've honed in my time as a GM. So, but thank you all for hanging out tonight. Thank you, chat, for hanging out tonight. Chat, we will be continuing our usual after the stream show that we do, where we talk with you all, we talk amongst ourselves, we have a little chat. To YouTube, though, this is where the episode ends. If you'd like to come over and watch with us on Twitch when we are doing this live, we are live every Monday at 7 p.m. Arizona time, and we will be for the foreseeable future. So if you want to come and join us and listen to these after game chats with us live, we would love to have you here. But until next week, for those of you on YouTube, we will see you then. Stay healthy, stay safe. Peace.